All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the 4th International Kharkiv Conference. We continue today with our speeches. At the end of the speeches, there will be time for discussion with Maria Tsantsanoglu and Schenk. I would like to inform you before we start that Mr. Tigran Kritichev will not be able to deliver his speech online, so we have his presentation, and Mrs. Tsantsanoglu will present his paper. So we can start right away. I would like to kindly ask all the speakers to try to be inside their time frame, so that we invite Mrs. Lyubov Pcholkina from State Tretiakov Gallery.
Okay. Good morning for everybody. First of all, I want to say many thanks for an invitation to scientific committee of the conference. It was very interesting and pleasant experience for me, of course. And my today's report is based on the work that was carried out this summer in the Museum of Contemporary Art, Kostakis collection, Thessaloniki. Thanks to a grant from Thomas and Iveta Monasherovi Art Foundation, and the invaluable assistance of Maria Tsantsanoglu and Angelika Haristou. I would like to express all of them many great appreciation. Well, Solomon Nikritin. He was not very lucky during his lifetime with public recognition, personal exhibitions. After his death, his name completely disappeared from the history of Russian art for several decades. But he was very lucky with a collector of such mentality, such freedom of his own judgment about things that Kostaki possessed. Solomon Nikritin belongs to the generation of artists that was no longer considered the first row of the avant-garde. But Kostaki had his own view on art. After his acquaintance with Nikritin's art, works by Redko and Plaksin and other artist names of the generation of the 20s also appeared in his collection. Oh, sorry, I forgot about it. Nikritin appeared in Kostaki's field of vision thanks to an employee of the Tretyakov Gallery, Hanna Moiseyevna Reichenstein, with whom I was lucky enough to meet and talk to her in 2012, when I began to engage in Nikritin's work. I would like to read her memories for the first time of this moment that she shared with me. And here in Russian. At the time I worked in the Department of Soviet Painting. Mainly I was busy in catalog, but for the soul concerned myself with the art of the 20s, 30s, which was under the ban. In the 60s, there was a ray of light in the artistic policy of the state. The exhibition Mass Propaganda Art of the First Years of the October Revolution was approved in the Tretyakov Gallery. I was the curator of one of the sections of this exhibition. This way, a fate brought me to Nikritin. I entered in a small 14-16 square meters room on Mesnitskaya. 2/3 of it was occupied by paintings, very large, medium, and small, holders with drawings and a huge archive of the artist. I was met by a medium-sized man with red and intelligent eyes, a friendly smile, and preserved head over grey hair. He began his long story about himself, his colleagues, the past years, about art. Nikritin did not lose his romantic passion for art until his mature years. It completely concurred with me. I stormed the office of the director of the theatrical gallery under the hypnosis of my remarkable discovery. It was then Alexander Ivanovich Lebedev, a scientist, a university professor, in response to my naive optimism and offered to immediately take all of the treasures from the room of Mysnitskaya to the gallery. I received a condescending look and a fatherly answer from him, "It's not time yet." This was a direct path from his office to Georgy Denisovich Kostayki, who was well known to me for his collecting activities. The two parts, which are now in the Moscow and Thessaloniki, to access the scale of what Kostayki acquired in Nikritin's family, it's enough to name the numbers 48 paintings and more than 300 graphics work allocated today in the theatrical gallery, and near 30 painting and about 200 graphics in the storage of the museum in Thessaloniki. And Nikritin archive is also divided into two countries. One part of it is located in the Department of Manuscript of the Theatrical Gallery. It's about 340 items. And the other one in Greece, near 200. Nikritin, as an artist with a special mindset, the artist Nikritin is inseparable from the philosopher Nikritin. He raised the artist's mission in society to tremendous heights. He considered it almost sacred. It is in the creative process for him the true task of a real artist, and the joy of being for any person is contained. It is necessary to create from one second to another, realizing the joy of the fullness of the organism, feelings and mind. Create, but not fight. Remember, every moment of the hand with brush, it is highest joy and delight, wrote Nikritin in his diary in 1920s. He basically created a doctrine of projectionism according to which the artist should have the highest knowledge, study science, psychology, philosophy, and so on. The artist should create not pictures for the entire interior, but things that would make you receive a strong emotional impulse, changing the viewer's mind towards a new practice of contemplating a picture, giving him a new vision. The task of contemporary artists is to try to translate art on the new rails of modernity. Throughout the years of these experiments, Nikritin was looking for a method to influence the viewer through his art, forcing the viewer's vision and through to work differently. Despite the fact that today Nikritin's main paintings are already known, some his theoretical texts have already been published, and the large personal exhibition of Nikritin was held in Thessaloniki in 2004. He's still full of mysteries, and most important concern, his own artistic thinking, his creative process. It was a question that I was always very interested in, and working with the archive in Thessaloniki opened a lot of interesting things. You can see the difference between the sketch for the painting Farewell to the Dead. which is located in Thessaloniki, and that work that is exhibited in the Terikov Gallery. You see, the idea is revealed in a new way. The option that you see below is the result of a conscious author's decision. He cut it off on his own. The viewer should not receive ready-made plots. This is not the task of the contemporary artist. He did not create a single work, should it be a large painting or graphic series, just because he was in the mood. It seems to me that Kostaki intuitively understood the importance of the supporting material. Therefore, in addition to paintings in the Thessaloniki collection, there is a large amount of graphics, graphic archive, which sketches, notes, and text of the artist, which certainly helps clarify many interesting. Within the framework of this report, I will not specifically talk about Nikritin's theory of projectionism, but thanks to some examples, I think it will be possible to develop a judgment of this. Title of this artwork is «Пролет 17, станок 52». Кадр казофильма о комсомолке-стругальщице Маше Караваевой. It is not easy to translate in English who is комсомолка-строгальщица. It is official event in Russian now. It is difficult even in Russian now to explain who it is. It is a kind of worker on the plant who plants something, the wood, the metal. This canvas is located in Nizhny Novgorod. Nikritin gave it to the museum by himself in 1932. And I found this title wonderful sketch. In Thessaloniki, it looks like a sketch scheme, and you see the text. This. Okay. Text in works. Nikritin, of course, was not the first who used the text in works at the time, but the purpose of the text was radically different from the futurist goals. Its text, as a rule, was for the viewer to read. It seems impossible. Everything is not so bad. Nikritin wrote it separately. Nikritin's favorite square format, and it's clear that an accompanying tool for working with Nikritin's archive is a big, magnificent glass and constant training in handwriting, despairing. I will not read it now, of course, but the first sentence is Stain 17 Machine 52 is the artistic conclusion from the trip on Stalingrad tractor plant. It's about new proletarian art, about new realism. All of these examples for understanding how Nikritin worked on a painting as on a project. His works often seem to be unfinished because their task is to give impulse not only to emotion, but possible to a new idea. Projectionism, projectus, Latin, throws forward. For Nikritin, the process of finding an artistic solution, a method, was such more important than the result. In his diaries, he expresses the idea that any writings, notes made by artists, not only attitude sketches, but also any draft of his thoughts during the creation of the work, is of great value, an important link in a chain that is inseparable from the work. Therefore, it is necessary to study teeny pieces and find in the archive of Thessaloniki, for example, this. And then figure out what to do with it. sketch to the poster, the end of capitalism civilization has come. Kind of puzzles with different position of the gun. Sometimes his creative process is recorded in the form of notice directly in the margins. These texts are worth reading. True, the chain cannot always be clarified and understood, but we might get some impression of the artist's thinking. A builder, a brick staker going to work, and other notice. It's very interesting method, mass movement, dynamics of the gap, about the arithmetic improvements, individual mind, or political classes, about everything. And one more example, a cloud. And I found many sketches like this in Momo's archive. Nikritin created his own world with many neologisms like круга радость, мира гибель, мира отношения. It's very difficult to translate in other languages, but it's very important for understanding his special artistic and philosophical mind. The titles of the Nikritin's works are the most difficult moments. What do we usually call an untitled picture if we do not know the context? The landscape, still life, portrait. But when it comes to Nikritin, he confused everyone. Kostaki ventured to give the names to some artworks, but he saved Nikritin's list, which is so much useful for us now. Due to the complexity of the selection of names, the lists of works compiled by the artist himself are extremely variable. Some of them are located here in Thessaloniki. The names are often very unusual. For example, I would be nice to buy this dress. Да, хорошо бы купить это платье. Я потеряла руку. It's necessary to save a comrade, not спасти товарища, and others. Even in titles, artist puts on the first level of perception the event, but not as a plot, but as the emotional state. We see and feel it when we look at his artworks. Therefore, it is unique, natural that his work is sometimes compared with German Expressionism. In 2040, the exhibition Solomon Nikritin, George Gross, Political Terror and Social Decadence in Europe Between the Wars, was held in Museum of Contemporary Art, Kostaki's collection, Thessaloniki. When dividing the collection, Kostaki even divided some graphic series, such the series Monument, Children's. Many of them were undated, untitled. In Trettikov Gallery, we have untitled an undated series of the maybe 40s, 50s, but in Saloniki archive, I found a sheet on opposite side, notice Kuybышevские зарисовки. At Kuybyshev city, it is the place of evacuation of Nikritin's family during the war. So this series was created on the way to evacuation in 1941. Many date sheets in Thessaloniki archives helped us to correctly date the part of Nikritin's collection in Moscow. And I need to stop here. The information that this report was able to contain is only the upper thin layer of what remains to be studied in the archives of the Momus Museum, and I will have to be studied. It will have to be studied because in 2024, the Theoretical Gallery is planning a large personal exhibition of Nikritin on Krymsky Val, and I hope that in cooperation and partnership with the Momus Museum, the Kostakel collection, will be able to reveal this talented master in such a way that the audience will be empowered with his work, understand the atmosphere in which he lived, and to which we sometimes return again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luba. Our next speaker is Mrs. Natalia Murray from Courtauld Institute of Art in London.
Thank you. Hello. Well, first of all, thank you again to organizers for putting together this event in still rather challenging times. It's quite a novelty to be here, I must say. I keep pinching myself that it's actually happening and not online. So it gives me also great pleasure to talk today about the hero of my last book, Nadezhda Dobitchina, who is still, I think, relatively little known, certainly in the West and probably even in Russia. So in the beginning of the 20th century, private commercial art galleries were still a novelty in Russia, which of course, knowing the history of commercial art galleries in Europe, is still quite late. Collectors and art lovers acquired fine art at auctions, in antique shops, at the exhibitions organized by the Imperial Academy of Arts in St. Petersburg, and by various art societies or directly from artist studios. Oh, sorry, could I have the thing? I'm changing. I'm changing it on my computer. Right. That's okay. I was wondering why you couldn't see the next slide. Okay, good. So the first prototype of the commercial gallery was opened in Moscow in 1909 by Karl Lemercier. Attached to the popular Avant art supply store, the Lemercier Gallery might be considered the first enterprise of this sort in Russia. In 1912, Clara Lemercier became the director of the gallery after her husband's death. However, for the next 3 years, it struggled to develop a coherent exhibition policy and remained rather minor segment of the art market, marginalized and underrated due to its explicitly commercial orientation. Oops, wrong way. So the first successful commercial gallery in modern understanding of this word was opened on 28th of October 1911 by Nadezhda Yevseyevna Dobitchina. She was born Ginda Neka Shivna Fishman on 28th of October 1884 to a Jewish family in Oryol, about 200 miles south of Moscow. The family was relatively poor, but Nadezhda received a good education, first at home and later at the gymnasium, where she met her future husband, Pyotr Dobitchin, who played absolutely crucial role in setting up her art bureau, so that's why I wanted to mention him. He came from nobility, and his social status and inheritance helped Nadezhda to become a successful businesswoman. In 1903, Dobitchina traveled over 600 miles to St. Petersburg from Oryol to study biology at Lesgovt part-time courses for training women instructors of physical exercises and games. And it was quite a revolutionary institution. Exercises in these long dresses, but that's another matter for another lecture. What was important for us is that here at Lesgovt courses, she met this amazing man whom obviously you all know and who played such a crucial part for the Russian avant-garde. At the time, he taught biology at Lesgovt courses, And soon he would change Dabychina's life. Kulbin was also a medical doctor who in the first decade of the 20th century became the major supporter and promoter of the Russian avant-garde. And he combined his job as a surgeon at the Russian Army headquarters with an interest in contemporary art and music. And he always described his main aspiration as the liberation of art, literature, and music from conventional patterns. So in 1907, he founded the Triangle Group, the art and psychology group of artists that held 4 exhibitions between 1908 and 1910 in St. Petersburg and Vilna, nowadays Vilnius, and gave many young artists their first opportunity to exhibit their work. So Nadezhda Dabychina took an active part in these developments and soon became the secretary of expositional and financial activities for Kulbin's exhibitions. And on these photographs, we usually see her sitting next to Kulbin. So she became his sort of right hand. She helped him with Impressionist exhibition, which took place in March, April 1909, and the Triangle in April 1910. Her responsibilities included applying for the necessary permits from the city council and finding venues for the exhibitions, which was quite a challenging task in a city without commercial galleries. So, for example, the Impressionist exhibition took place in an unused shop, and Треугольник was held in the basement of the Hotel Aurora. So on 28th of October 1911, and I know that you can see that it says 28th of October 1912, it's a weird document which has all sorts of interesting mistakes. So they got the date wrong, the months kind of wrong, and the year wrong, so otherwise perfect. But we know that she opened it on the day of her 27th birthday, which was 1911. So she opened this art bureau in her apartment in St. Petersburg. The official announcement of the opening of this new venture proclaimed that its main aim is to facilitate a vital mediation between artists and public for the sale of works of art and execution of such art commissions as paintings, theater decorations, and costume designs, all kinds of applied art, artistic interior design, and so on. Help with the choice and staging of theatrical productions, organization of concerts, operas, so quite a wide range of services that she aimed to provide. It also stated that the Bureau only accepts original works of art, just as well. So Dabychina's Art Bureau strived to promote and to give an opportunity for young talents and established artists from older generation to exhibit their works. And in 1912, the permanent exhibition of contemporary art was opened at the Bureau, and in March 1913, the journal Apollon announced that more than 60 paintings have been sold and numerous commissions received. In his famous chronicle of the development of the avant-garde in Russia, Benedict Lifshitz wrote that the gallery on Moika River is a real museum of leftist paintings. The permanent exhibition at the Bureau included around 300 works, many of which were executed by less-known young avant-garde artists, such as Burlyuk brothers, Kandinsky, who still wasn't really well-known in Russia, Lintulov, Saryan, Altman, Grigoriev. Some art critics credited Dabychina with discovering Grigoriev, at the time young and still unknown artist, who from 1909 was a member of the Impressionist studio founded by Kulbin. So most certainly it was Kulbin who introduced Dabychina to Grigoriev. And a month later, the same journal reported that Dabychina's bureau was going from strength to strength, and the permanent exhibition was getting bigger, and new paintings added straight from the artists' workshops. So already in 1913, Dabychina was compared with the leading French art dealer Paul Durand-Ruel, and her bureau with salons in Paris. While Alexander Benoit called Добычина Durand-Ruel in a skirt, the famous art critic Rostislavov wrote in the newspaper Речь, "Of course, such venues don't develop here into the same kind of mediation and specialization as the famous enterprises organized by Durand-Ruel. But the time has come for our public to have an opportunity to see and to be able to find what it needs without having to look through all the rubbish on sale at the art shop." So she was quite highly regarded already then. And apart from the regularly renewed permanent exhibition, various temporary exhibitions were organized at the Bureau, from conventional artists from the World of Art group to the most important avant-garde shows. And until it was forced to close down in 1919, the Bureau held more than 30 exhibitions in which works by around 300 artists were shown. So today I just want to very quickly look at her avant-garde exhibitions. So don't tell me that I missed some exhibitions. I specifically want to concentrate on the avant-garde exhibitions because there were 30, so we certainly wouldn't have time to look at all of them. So following the great success of Goncharova's debut at Mikhailova's Art Salon, the exhibition of works by Natalia Goncharova opened at the Art Bureau on 15th of March 1914. Goncharova's exhibition at the Bureau was much smaller than the one at Mikhailova's Salon and included 249 out of 800 works shown in Moscow. It was attended by only 2,000 people and just 2 watercolors were sold. And you can see that Добычина used to keep quite a few paintings from her exhibitions for her collection, which she later sold, or some of them, of course, were nationalized as well. But that's the subject of the next paper by Olga, so I will leave it to her. So the exhibition was meant to travel on to Kiev, Kharkiv, and beyond, but the lack of commercial success at Добычina's bureau stopped this plan. Nevertheless, it occupies an important place in the history of the Russian avant-garde, largely due to a scandal which occurred at the retrospective. Immediately after the opening, the police impounded 16 works on religious themes. It all started well, and originally the censor didn't object to any paintings at the exhibition. However, everything changed after the publication of the article "Futurism and Sacrilege," which appeared at the Peterburgsky Listok on 16th of March and was signed by anonymous W. In the negative review of the exhibition, the anonymous art critic lamented that the most insulting about it was inclusion of the paintings on religious subjects. He found the distorted face of Virgin Mary and ugly evangelists offensive and concluded that even though this futurist artist should be free to depict still lifes and portraits in any way she chooses, she shouldn't touch with her dirty hands religious subjects which are sacred for the Russian people. So at 9 a.m. On the day when this article was published, police arrived at the bureau and demanded that Добычина should immediately remove 22 paintings on religious subjects from the exhibition. Of course, she had no choice but to comply. Even though priced at 2,000–3,000 rubles, these paintings were the most expensive at the exhibition. And all of these works were shown previously at Mikhailova's Salon in Moscow and didn't have any objections and actually quite positive reviews. So, but generally when I have done my research in the archives in St. Petersburg, I think I came to the conclusion that censorship in St. Petersburg was also always much tougher than in Moscow, because when you compare it with exhibitions in Mikhailova's Salon, it seemed to have been much more relaxed than in the capital city. So following these police orders, the religious censor himself, Archimandrit Alexander, attended the exhibition and announced that he permits the paintings to be returned, failing to find anything sacrilegious and even admitting every indication of the appropriate style. So on 23rd of March, a week after this incident, all the paintings have been returned to the exhibition. And you can see here pages from the catalog with handwritten prices. And already here it says that венчание Богоматери, for example, не продается, because I think that was one of the conditions imposed on Добычина, that she could return the paintings but not sell them, which of course wasn't very good for the exhibition. So the scandal following the removal and subsequent return of the religious works from the exhibition worked well for the publicity of Добычina's bureau. And as you know, scandals are usually quite good for exhibitions. Well, that's again subject of another lecture, but generally it was quite a good publicity for Добычина. And she kept several works from this exhibition for her private collection, including this religious composition, for example. And this painting, which was numbered 233 in the catalogue, which she later sold via her lover, Ruben Trampian. Benoit often describes in his diary how Добычина arrives at various occasions in theatre with her two husbands. One of them, at one point, was Ruben. And he was then, he went back to his native Armenia and set up National Gallery of Armenia. And he then bought this Goncharova for the National Gallery from Добычина. So sometimes these connections help as well. So shortly after this scandalous exhibition, the bureau moved to the most prestigious address in St. Petersburg, Adamini House, and it occupied 6 rooms in a 10-room corner apartment of Pyotr and Nadezhda Добычина on the first floor. So you can see here this beautiful balcony where the bureau used to be. Here, the first charitable exhibition in Petrograd was opened on 26th of October 1914. All the proceedings raised from the sale of the paintings in this exhibition were donated to the infirmary for the art workers, organized in the beginning of the war by artists, actors, musicians, dancers, architects, writers, and poets. And of course, one of the main facilitators of the infirmary was Nikolai Kulbin again. So he goes through Добычina's life and career, and he obviously was the most important person for the development of her career. This exhibition brought together 66 artists from different groups, including Altman, Kulbin, Burlyuk, and 4 women artists, Nadezhda Lermontova, Valentina Khodasevich, Anna Chudovskaya-Zilmanova, and Alexandra Ekster. And in her letter to the artist Sergei Malyutin on 19th of December 1914, Добычина reported that her successful charitable exhibition raised for the infirmary 2,077 rubles, of which 1,470 rubles came from the sale of paintings. So it was quite successful, and most proceedings have been donated for the infirmary. And of course, infirmary famously had a bed named after Добычina's art bureau, so it was quite sort of an important donation. And on 12th of April 1915, 10 days after the closure of famous Tramway V exhibition, the Bureau's World of Art exhibitions, Добычина opened exhibition of the left streams in art. And unlike the first futurist exhibition, which brought together the most extreme expressions of the new Russian avant-garde, this one was a more moderate affair. Malevich and Tatlin were excluded, but Burlyuk brothers and Vasily Kandinsky, who had recently returned from Germany, were invited. 18 paintings by Kulbin were exhibited in a Adamini house, and also there were 17 paintings by Rozanova, and also works by Boguslavskaya, Udaltsova, and Khodasevich. So I suppose it was this affiliation with women artists that inspired Добычина to promote this young artists. Also, it's quite extraordinary that in September 1915, Dabychina also opened in her bureau exhibition of Japanese art, which is not very well known and usually completely overlooked. It was the first display of foreign art organized by Dabychina in St. Petersburg. And we know that in summer 1914, she spent some time in Paris, hoping to organize an exhibition of French art at the Bureau. But of course, the First World War halted these plans. But instead, she managed to put together this exhibition of Japanese art and even bring Japanese musicians. And how she did it during the First World War, I still don't really know. It's quite amazing. Following the Japanese exhibition, Dabychina reinstated her charitable efforts and opened in October 1915 display of works by Latvian artists. This exhibition attracted more than 3,000 visitors and 25 works were sold for a total of 2,300 rubles. And all the proceedings went to the war refugees. And of course, one of the highlights of this exhibition was Alexander Drevin, and apparently he was inspired by this exhibition to begin work on a series of paintings, The Refugee. In November-December 1915, exhibition dedicated to the stage designs from the collection of the famous patron and president of the Union of Youth, Levki Zheverzheyev, was opened at the Bureau. It included 1,289 set and costume designs, dating from 1772 to 1915. So for the first time in the history of theater in Russia, it was traced through visual art. Works on display testified to the remarkable imagination and creative energy of the classical as well as avant-garde theater. And both were sort of presented in the Art Bureau. So in November 1915, exhibition of the World of Art artists was opened with Pyotr Miturich, Nikolai Tyrse and Lev Bruni presenting their works. And critics remarked on the unpleasant flirting of the world of art with the futurists and concluded that this respectable group of artists was concerned by the barbarians of color and line. And of course, on the 19th of December 1915, this probably most important exhibition in the history of Russian avant-garde 010 also opened at the Bureau. And I'm really not going to talk about it because you know all about it already. But here works by 14 artists, 7 men and 7 women were included. And what was really remarkable and what often remains overlooked, that Dabychina managed to bring here Maria Vasilieva, who of course lived in Paris at the time and whom she met in Paris during her trip in summer 1914. And she was exhibited here as well, along with Malevich and others. And of course, you know that this exhibition was riddled with scandals and artists sort of hating each other, and Popova establishing a room of professional painters, basically stating that Malevich was rubbish. But that's another. So information of the layout of this legendary exhibition is very scarce, but already in July 1915, Puni described his first impressions of the rooms at the Bureau in a letter to Malevich. He said, "The premises are very large. If 10 of us each paint 25 pictures, then it will only just be enough." And you know all about that, so I'm not going to talk about it because I don't have time. So despite its success with the public, the critics were quite outraged. So one of them wrote, "I was planning to write a report on an exhibition of paintings as I headed to Dabychina's, but upon leaving there, I'm sitting down to write an obituary." And the newspaper Вечер Petrograda observed, "You feel uncomfortable entering the premises of this exhibition, as if you've ended up in a very bad place. Perhaps because all the people coming in lower their eyes and try not to look at one another." However, following this brave outcry of the left anarchists, Dabychina turned again to established artists, and in February 1916 organized exhibition of Abram Manevich, who in 1913 had successful one-man show at the gallery of the most important Parisian art dealers, Paul Durand-Ruel. So, as we can see, her trip to Paris was quite productive, and it played quite an important role in her subsequent exhibitions. And in April 1916, she organized an exhibition of modern Russian painting, which united representatives of different and often conflicting strands. So the whole room here was dedicated to works by Marc Chagall, who returned from Paris at the dawn of the First World War and soon became Dabychina's favorite artist. And she had quite a few works by Chagall in her collection. She purchased his paintings for her private collection and also organized his small one-man show in the context of this exhibition. So here she had 63 paintings by Chagall. And I'm winding down, sorry. Not only did she introduce Chagall to the Russian public, but she also played an important part in promoting Kandinsky in Russia. Dabychina started negotiations with Kandinsky already in summer 1913, hoping to open the exhibition of his work in her new gallery on Moika. But since there was a big retrospective on Kandinsky in Germany at the time, it was impossible to organize his one-man show in St. Petersburg in 1913. So it took her a while, but she did exhibit his work in the context of another exhibition, which is what she used to do with less-known artists in Russia at the time. So ahead of other gallery owners in Russia, Dabychina started promoting Kandinsky and was the first one to dedicate the whole room to Kandinsky at the second exhibition of modern Russian painting, which opened at the Bureau on 27th of November 1916. The exhibition was followed by the new Society of Artists display, which was attended by Ilya Repin himself. And on 19th of February 1917, the final seminal exhibition of the World of Art was opened with great aplomb. And here, Pyotr Konchalovsky and Nikolai Rerich were given whole rooms just to themselves. So that was Dabychina's usual practice, to have this small one-man exhibition within the context of a larger display. Of course, it was a common practice at the time, practiced by Parisian art dealers who would introduce new artists through the well-established artists. So this exhibition marked the end of a series of the World of Art exhibitions at the Art Bureau. A week after it opened, all the newspapers were temporarily discontinued due to political unrest. And business lady Nadezhda Dabychina not only promoted young artists to their fame as leading masters of modern art, she also helped to raise to the pedestal such composers and musicians as Skryabin, Prokofiev, Stravinsky, Shalyapin. The most celebrated violinist, Yasha Heifetz, performed music by Chopin and Vivaldi at the Bureau on 12th of February 1917. And it was his last concert in Russia before he and his family moved to America. His next performance took place at Carnegie Hall in New York. So she was really instrumental in discovering young artists and young musicians, giving them chance to exhibit, to perform. And for several years, her bureau was probably the most important cultural center in St. Petersburg and the first commercial art gallery in Russia. And if you ask me what I was doing during the lockdown, I managed to write this book together with my colleague Natalia Budanova. Natalia wrote about Mikhailova and I wrote about Dabychina, and the book just came out last week. So just little commercial break. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
From Pushkin State Museum.
Good morning. So first of all, I would like again to express my deep gratitude to all the organizers of this conference, to the Kharkiv Foundation, to the Momos Museum, to the Maria Tsansanoglu. Thank you very much. It's great to be again in Salonics. My paper deals with the recent acquisition of the Department of Private Collections of Pushkin Museum, the legacy of Solomon Nikritin coming from the artist's workshop, which has been in Moscow for many years and was unknown to specialists. There is a rest of the large art archive of Nikritin, which widow Dora Kashdan and niece Izit Berdichevsky kept. After them, this part of the legacy transferred to their friends, to the family of Tatiana Frankel, and after her sudden death, to her daughter Lucy Simona. Through the mediation of well-known to her Tatiana Garyaeva, Lucy Simona donated it to the Pushkin Museum. Why did we get it? The Department of Private Collections that appeared in 1985 and was opened in 1994 is a quite special structure inside the Pushkin. At that time, it was absolutely a new entity created to save private collections from destroying and disappearing. The historian of art and literature, famous collector Ilya Zilberstein, and the legendary Pushkin director Irina Antonova put it into life. The museum accepts the collections on the terms of donation, preserving as a single complex named after the owner, never dividable, and included in the permanent display. Our division has become the storage mostly of Russian artworks, from old icons to the actual conceptual movements. The vast collection of the department includes now more than 2,000 pieces of art of various epochs, among them a great deal of the Russian avant-garde of early 20th century, the non-conformists of the second half of the 20th century, the conceptualists of the age of the 20th-21st century. So we have the Russian neo-primitivist and futurist graphics, legacies of Alexander Rodchenko and Varvara Stepanova, the most extensive in the world. David Sternberg, Robert Falk, Alexander Tischler, Dmitry Krasnopevtsev, Vladimir Weisberg, Lydia Misterkova, Edith Steinberg, impressive collection of outstanding underground artists close to the leader of Moscow conceptualism, Vsevolod Nekrasov, a set of contemporary paper architecture works, a complex of actual non-objective graphics and spatial art pieces of Boris Turetsky and Valery Svetlitsky and others. The current idea of activity of our division, called the Pleiad program, is the preserving, promotion, and research into heritage of masters of 1920s, 1940s, the artists of a lost generation, the graduates of a celebrated Vkhutemas. Because of this activity, the museum collection recently received huge artistic archive of art historian Olga Reutenberg, author of the monograph about masters of Pleiades, more than 2,000 pieces of art, and a complex of artworks of Solomon Nikritin originating from the Moscow Artists' Workshop. The legacy is in the process of study, and so it allows formulating only preliminary outcomes. The vast set of Nikritin's artworks, drawings, watercolors, gouaches, and oils, dating from 1910s till 1965, more than 600 pieces, has a retrospective character and reflects all periods and themes of his work except the most valuable, non-objective pieces of Vkhutemas years. The majority of these experimental artworks are in the Kostakis collection, which divided between the Museum of Modern Art here in Thessaloniki and the Tretyakov Gallery, and they hardly meet anymore. There is no large paintings at the legacy. There are a few middle-sized oils. Mostly there are small pictures made on canvas, cardboard, and paper, depicting wild nature, urban landscapes, portraits, sketches, and compositions. The graphic art part is different stylistically and thematically. One can see plastic motifs, various sketches, elaboration of themes, collages, authors' assemblages. Plenty of preparatory works is in the trend of Nikritin's creativity. The process was more significant for him than the result. Many objects from the legacy crosses with the works from the Thessaloniki, Moscow, and Nukus museums. The growth of late Russian avant-garde, which Nikritin related to, fell on 1920s. The 20s is a different time for European and Russian art. In Europe, former innovators turned to the figurative art of realistic direction, to neoclassicism. However, for the Russian avant-garde young generation, it was time to become in itself. While in Vkhutemas, Nikritin formulated one of the brightest and supposing the last avant-garde idea, projectionism, set an association method. The formal analytic approach to art of members of this group was marked, as Yakov Tugendhold noted, in-depth work on color tasks. Nikritin proved himself in various genres and individual stylistics. In early 20s, he experimented in the field of non-objective art and new abstract theater. During late 20s, early 30s, he stepped aside from the formal analytic painting and created artworks in his personal style polyrealism that mean, according to the artist's papers, interaction of French cubism, German photomontage, and Soviet kinomontage. Simultaneously, the elements of expressionism and surrealism, sometimes with a shadow of gloomy Kafka predictions, as Ruth Apter Gabriel mentioned, and the inner connection with symbolism, with its aesthetics of silence, stillness, multi-valued nature of artistic image, is clearly felt in his hieratic figures and poses. The turning point to change his avant-garde direction became the Russian critic in 1936 at Moscow, the critic of his program painting The Old and the New, made in 1935, now in Nukus. Nikritin left experimental art and from that time didn't exhibit his innovative works. Nikritin thought himself to be fully committed to revolution, communist ideology, and avant-garde practice. And he called himself forever bruised by revolution, навеки ушибленным революцией. He was disappointed. He changed his style and worked in his own manner, in the space of figurative art enriched by the plastic devices of avant-garde. His topics were industrialization and collective farmers' labor days, numerous portraits, self-portraits, landscapes. Nikritin studied the works of old masters, made various copies of famous paintings and drawings from famous sculptures. The artist distinguishes a love for multi-sheet graphic and pictorial series on a certain theme. So I began to show you the images, a lot of images, thematically and chronologically and thematically. So you can see a series of of anatomic drawings of the structure of human being, of human structure, yes, of 1920s. Next is faces, then social types, the composition with figure of man hang up. It seems to me close to the abstract composition of mid-20s from the Momus. The composition snow painterly overlaps with the cloud of the late 20s from the Kostakis collection here in the Thessaloniki. The abstract composition of 20s probably, to me, coincides with the urban scene of 30s from Momus, and very likely, I suppose, it might be the first approach to the composition. So, phantasmagorical composition with the bourgeois, dated 1931. The personage, how to show the personage in top hat reminds to some extent paintings from the Tretyakov Gallery of 1926. Lyubov showed it, that I met in a top hat, and from the Thessaloniki Museum. Next is the composition with balustrade. It is not no author's, of course, name, but we should to name each work. So the inscription on the bottom of the passepartout, the receptionist, October 1931, and you see the cut central part. Probably it was the figure of the receptionist. The watercolor On the right, the resurrection of the receptionist from the series Round the World Voyage of 1924 is known, and the composition of 1931 probably to be the further development of this topic. Next is. So the urban landscape and the scientist observatory. So according to Luba just now, and I said it very looks like to be the 40s, not probably late 30s, but probably 30s, 40s. Yes. Next is. Oh, it's the gem of the legacy. It's a large group of sketches for the Nikritis program at the Old and the New of 1935, now in Nukus, as I said. So in the center of the Nukus composition, and around it our only several things from this set of vast set of sketches. Next is the portraits of leaders. Oh no, this is not the portraits of leaders. So we can see the drawings from the C Street series. Next is the demonstration, dated on the reverse 1936, and Metro, probably it is the late version of this theme. And here is the portraits of the leaders. So in 1930s and 1950, Nikritin worked on the portrait of Stalin, and composition Stalin is speaking at Sverdlovsk University in the center. And then he created the portrait of Lenin, which is very similar to the iconographic type of Lenin realized by Isaac Brodsky. But returning to Stalin's portraits, you can see on the right Stalin's portraits from the Momus museums, and on the bottom and in the center, the Stalin's portraits, the sketches for the Stalin's portraits from the legacy. Next is. At the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, Nikritin, together with his wife Dora, left Moscow for Kuybyshev, now Samara, where they worked for the information agency TASS, creating propaganda posters. During the time of battle for Moscow, he created the poster "Will Not Give Up Moscow" on the left, and under the banner of Lenin, "Forward to Victory" of 1942 on the right. Next, he continued to create the war scenes. You can see for a fight and at the Garde post in the sketch, and the composition with gallows, the execution of Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya in 1943. It's a popular subject from Russian war history. Then you can see Moscow during the war by the eyes of Nikritin. The landscapes of 1941, the beginning of the war, and during the battle for the war. And in 1942, he returned from Samara, from Kuybyshev to Moscow. And after that, he depicted Moscow after war. And next is the versions of the composition returning after war of 1948, probably. Nikritin created reflected post-war optimism in the series on labor and leisure. In the 1950s, in the years of reconstruction of the country after the war, he created series on collective farmers' job in the fields. You can see a series of such drawings. There are a lot of them, plenty of them in our legacy. The industrial themes, he worked over the composition Smena in Russian, duty, I think, of 1937. Here are the studies for Smena. At the chemical factory, two compositions of the factory Communist Brigade. Next is very famous triptych metal workers, Liteyщики. On the bottom, two sketches, the sketch of the composition and two sketches of the figures from the legacy. And on the right, you can see big full human being scale compositions from Belgrade Museum, which our sketches crosses with. Next is the landscapes. During the summer journey of 1930s and 1960s, Nikritin painted various landscapes of southern seaside and mountain sides of the country, in the Crimea, Crimea is here, Gurzuf. In the Caucasus, Hosta. It is a district of Sochi. And again, Hosta, Sukhumi, the New Etons, and the Carpathians, Karpati. Artists paid great attention to the scenery of Moscow. We have a lot of landscapes of Moscow of different scales. Moscow with its majestic views, embankment squares, the old and new architecture and intensive building and new habitable quarters. And you can see the panoramic views from the window from his apartment, and also the views of different ages, of different times. So this painting on paper made as it comes from the reverse in 1929. This is later, and you can see the Komsomolskaya Square, I suppose, of 30s. Komsomolskaya Square famous for its 3 main railway stations in Moscow. So we continue with Moscow landscapes. The view from the Kremlin embankment on the famous constructive architectural complex by Boris Iofan of 1931, so-called Dom na Nabережной, the house on the embankment, the house of government. It's the first name, so you can see this great complex with the cinema theater Udarnik, very famous in Moscow, and it is a very famous complex. Then you can see Lubyanka Square with the monument to Dzerzhinsky, created in 1958. I mean the monument, so the painting from them dated no earlier than 1938, with the figure of ice cream seller, and the sketches to this composition. So the views of Moscow continues. Here is the series of Moscow roofs. Dated, this composition dated in 1953. This composition of 1960s. It is a composition. It is the sketch for the Momos picture, Momos canvas of 1962. Here is the panorama of the Borodinsky Bridge near the Kiev railway station. It is center of Moscow, but not the very center, and the sketches of to this composition. Next is the views of the reconstruction of Moscow. So it was a very popular. It was like a slogan in the end of 50s and the 60s, so-called Moskva stроится, the renovation of Moscow, and you can see the popular 5 building floors, which was the mass building of habitable quarters while Nikita Khrushchev was in power. Here is again the moment of reconstruction of Moscow, and very chamber, where we call Moscow landscapes. This is the landscape with the bus, and Chistые пруды, the clear pond, very famous boulevard in Moscow, nearby house where Nikritin lived. Next is the copies of the masters, and this you can see it reflects the deep passion for the art of antiquity and Renaissance, and many was performed at the Pushkin Museum permanent display and the exhibitions of 1940s, 60s, as well as from the books. You can see classical antiquities and Renaissance giants, the great Dutch and French. I would like to draw your attention to the transcription of such a kit of Renaissance as Sistine Madonna by Raphael. It was mega popular in the Soviet Union as well as now. And after the World War II in 1945, it was brought to Moscow among trophy masterpieces. And before the return to the German Democratic Republic, it was shown after restoration at the exhibition of the Resident Gallery in Pushkin Museum in 1955, where thousands of people and, of course, artists could see it in the original. And to my opinion, this small oil painting on paper could be inspired by the meeting this masterpiece. Next is, we can observe also the copies of 19th century Russian master books and the heroes of famous pictures, such as the slave's head from the Alexander Ivanov's The Apparition of the Messiah, and the barge huller hand from the Ilya Repin's Barge Hollows on Volga from the Russian Museum. Through the years, Nikritin created many portraits. I chose only several. So here is, I suppose, to be the portrait of Isa. You can compare with the photograph, Nikritin with Isa. And this lady in black, it is the author's name, lady in black, I suppose to be his wife, Dora. So then on the right, you can see the girl in a shawl, and a rental worker, and the portraits of workers, which are the sketches for the portrait of worker from the Mobs Museum. Then some genres: the argument and conversation, self-portraits. Well, it's a special part of his life, of his creativity. He made self-portraits during his life, and they reflected his physical state and the artistic mood. So you can see different portraits, self-portraits of Nikritin here. And the last works. Of the work of 1965, it is written, it is signed and dated 1965, the Victoria's Return. And finally, I could say that monographic collections of Nikritin are located mostly in 3 museums. The most full is in the Museum of Modern Art in Thessaloniki, inside the former Kostakis collection. The second is in the Tretyakov Gallery, combining the gift of Dora Kazhdan and Isa Berdychevska in 1975, and the works from the Kostakis collection from a part he left while leaving the USSR in 1977. The third is in the Kurs, due to the activity of Igor Savitsky. The acquisition of the last big retrospective complex of Nikritin's pieces by the private collections department would be the 4th point in the world. So I hope we can say now that the museification of the heritage of Nikritin has been completed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mrs. Olga Muromtseva from Cultural Charity Foundation UArt in Moscow.
So thank you very much for this great conference. And I would like to say that the dedication of the conference to the history of collecting, to the phenomenon of collecting in Soviet times, once again proves the significance of this phenomenon for the preservation of the Russian avant-garde and for the transfer of knowledge about it. Today, works originating from the well-known Soviet collections get additional relevance for research and market value. Their provenance can be at least partially traced, which unfortunately is not always possible with the avant-garde works classified as formalism and practically forbidden, deleted from artistic life in the USSR. The question of how and where the Soviet collectors, Kostaki and others, found their treasures often remains unanswered. The revolution of the Soviet government's policy almost destroyed the traditions of art collecting. The connection between private collections of the pre-revolutionary time and of the years of new economic policy, NEP, with the famous Soviet collections of the thaw and stagnation eras can hardly be traced. However, there were also unique cases, one of which is at the center of my research and of my talk, the collection of Nadezhda Yevseyevna Dobitchina. Dr. Murray's report and the book she showed proves once again that the name of Dobitchina is rather well known, and her art bureau is mentioned in most of the literature dedicated to the history of the Russian avant-garde, thanks to the last futurist exhibition at 010. It should be noted, though, that Dobitchina could hardly be counted among the radical avant-gardists. Her interest as a collector and curator in pre-revolutionary years embraced artists of the Мир искусства circle, of the Blue Rose, of the Union of Russian Artists, and also of the Union of Youth, of course, but not only them. She really had a very wide range of contacts, some of which were established through the mediation of Nikolai Kulbin. For example, this was the case with Kandinsky, with whom Kulbin and Dobitschin actually started negotiating a personal exhibition in 1913 already. Taking into consideration that the main Dobitschina's occupation and her source of income were the organization of exhibitions and art dealership, collecting apparently was a natural consequence of her daily activities. So, how and when Dobitschina's art collection was formed? The process of its formation is partially recorded in the correspondence between Dobitschina and artists, which is now in the archive of the Russian State Library in Moscow, as do other documents connected with her. Two letters from Alexandra Ekster, written in 1914 and 1918, are very revealing in this regard. In the first of them, the artist asks to convey to Ksenia Boguslavskaya works by Yakulov for reproduction, mentioning that they could be returned to Dobitschina if needed. The second letter is about the Ekster's work, and among other things, Ekster noted, "I heard that you, meaning Nadezhda Evseyevna, want to have my still life at home. I would like to give you some more significant painting, and I will definitely do it, but after my exhibition next winter in Moscow." These quotes give some idea of how the block of artworks kept by Dobitschina in the first post-revolutionary years was formed. Many of them apparently were donated by the artists, some pieces remained with her after exhibitions or were temporarily kept, and of course some were bought directly from the artists or at the auctions. Another good example is related to the artworks by Larionov and Goncharova. It's a rather long story, but I'll try to be short. Larionov wrote 3 letters to Dobitschina in 1925, 1926, and 1930, inquiring about the fate of his 2 paintings and 2 Goncharova's works, which he believed Dobitschina had in her possession. In the first of them, he mentioned that in Paris they started buying paintings again, but there is not a single Russian gallery here. Actually, Dobitschina was thinking of moving to Paris in 1925, as the letters to her husband, Pyotr Dobitschin, prove. And she visited Paris in the fall of the same year, after her health treatment in Wiesbaden, and she met in Paris Larionov in person. Apparently, she did not fulfill his requests and did not respond to any of his letters neither. Larionov's insistence on returning the works, or at least obtaining their photographs, is evidenced by his letter to Valentin Kurdov, dated July the 4th, 1930, and kept in the archive of the Eldar Galeev Gallery. The artist asked Kurdov to visit Dobitschina in Leningrad and to remind her about his requests. In the letter, in the letter, Larionov gave some more detailed descriptions of each artworks. He believed that Dobitschina had the watercolor Expulsion from Paradise by Goncharova, shown by Dr. Murray, as well as the painting Peasant Women by Goncharova, which is listed in the collection's inventory of 1919. In the collection's inventories of 1919 and 1924, there is not a single mention of the works by Larionov himself. In the same letter to Kurdov, Larionov mentioned that Nadezhda Evseyevna had 2 his paintings with rose bushes. A reproduction of one bush was already sent to him by Kurdov, and it was the image of the painting of 1904, which was already at the time of their correspondence in the collection of the State Russian Museum and received there from the collection of Alexander Alexandrovich Korovin, which was replenished also thanks to Dobitchina. The description of the second bush and the sketch of its composition let us assume that this work was shown at the Larionov's exhibition in the Tretyakov Gallery in 2018 under the title Blooming Tree, Tiraspol. Apparently, and also Larionov mentioned in this letter that Nadezhda Evseyevna in Paris promised him to take photographs of all these artworks and to send them, and he, on this basis, gave her one his gouache, Flowers in a Pot, a mention of which we really find in the inventory of Dobitchina's collection of 1930. Apparently, the Dobitchina's art collection was formed both during the years of her art bureau's functioning and after its closure. Its composition changed greatly due to her professional activities. Talking about the collection's evolution, the most representative sources are the already mentioned inventories made in 1919, 1924, and 1913. The first inventory was made after the Soviet decree on the compulsory registration of art values by individuals, and it was signed by the People's Commissar Yerekalov, who was a rather prominent figure himself and a collector. The certificate issued on the 25th of March 1919 confirms that the painting belonging to Dobitchina and her husband have the value of a national and cultural heritage and are under state protection, so they are not subject to any requisitions. The certificate was typed and the accompanying list of paintings was handwritten by the owner herself. In total, the inventory of 1919 included at least 115 works by 61 artists. The document shows that the various artistic trends and different generations of artists were presented in the collection, from teachers, Borisov Musatov, Serov, Tsangrinsky, to avant-garde artists as Chagall, Burlyuk, Rozanova. Overall, we can conclude that Nadezhda Evseyevna did not collect abstract art, perhaps only except for Kandinsky, as well as sculpture and counter-reliefs. Comparing this list with the next two inventories, one can immediately note those works that are mentioned only in the first one and do not appear in further descriptions. Here's the list of these works, and all the works listed belong to the artists of avant-garde. The second inventory was compiled in 1924 when Nadezhda Evseyevna and her husband Pyotr Petrovich received the document which stated that the items recognized as not being of museum value were removed from the register, with the exception of 80 objects of art, for which a new protection certificate was issued. Attached to this document, we find a detailed and typed-up inventory, in which the dimensions and technique are indicated and a description of which work and its condition are given. However, we have at our disposal description only of 80 works from her collection, the author of 50 of which was Alexander Nikolaevich Benoit. And so among Benoit's works in Dobitchina's collection were this famous Morning of the Landowner and the watercolor Italian Comedy, which is now in the collection of the State Pushkin Museum and which came from the collection of Zilberstein, Ilya Samoilovich Zilberstein. Returning to the inventory of 1924, let us note a few more works that it was possible to identify thanks to the information contained in this document. This is the only painting by Borisov Musatov, the early one, which Dobitchina had. She had two temperas by Saryan, Heat and Still Life, and we can follow the provenance of the Still Life, and now it is in Yerevan. Also, according to the document of 1924, she possessed the painting by Stiletsky, Dawn, and this painting today is in the collection of Valery Alexandrovich Dudakov, who acquired it from the other prominent Soviet collector Мясников. And thanks to the Dobychina archive, we can find when and where from the works of Saryan, Stilensky, and also of Petrov-Vodkin, Rerich, Sudeikin, when these works came to her collection. These works previously belonged to art critic Sergei Konstantinovich Makovsky, who published earlier the image of the Stiletsky's Dawn in the magazine Apollon, edited by him. By 1924, Dobychina acquired another painting by Goncharova, which is not found in the inventories of 1919 and 1924. And thanks to Dr. Murray, we know that it is now. And here's the list of other several works by famous artists that appeared in the inventory of 1925. And the fact is that all of them are listed in the detailed inventory of 1930, as do most of the other things mentioned above. Unfortunately, the time limits don't allow me to tell in details the dramatic story of the compilation of Dobychina's collection inventory of 1930, when her property was labeled as ownerless, бесхозное имущество, and she was accused of embezzling the paintings of artists who had left Soviet Russia and lived abroad. The mighty and influential friends, Maxim Gorky and Anatoly Lunacharsky, under whose protection Dobychina was earlier, could not help her anymore. She and her second husband, Boris Yakersberg, took all possible measures to protect their collection. An attempt of its nationalization apparently shocked Nadezhda Evseyevna. At least in the official versions of her biography, it is asserted that in May 1930 she suffered a nervous breakdown, after which she did not work until 1932, when she was hired at the Russian Museum as a senior researcher. And in 1934, Dobychina moved to Moscow, where she headed the art department of the Museum of the Revolution. And that is why she lived in Moscow, and the big part of her archive is in Moscow. Through all these changes, Dobychina managed to keep the most valuable part of her collection intact, which became one of the connecting threads between the pre-revolutionary art collecting and the growth of interest in it in 1950s, 1960s. And before her death, she even had thoughts. I would like to show again these two portraits of Nadezhda Evseyevna, and she was often portraited by famous artists, and this one and the other one by Altman, and in his memories, the well-known Soviet collector Solomon Schuster characterized these portraits as follows. Each of them is good in its own way. In the portrait by Somov, Dobychina is almost an airy beauty. And in the portrait by Altman, she is brutal, very decisive, with Asian features, an imperious mistress of life. Probably Nadezhda Evseyevna combined these traits in her character, which is noticeable from the what she wrote not long before her death in her diary. Everyone does not understand how this big beggar, this is me, wants to live in a separate apartment, wants to have a collection, wants to donate his collection at the end of life to state that is richer than me. After the death of Nadezhda Evseyevna, her collection remained her collection passed to her son, Danil Petrovich Dobichin, who started more actively to sell the works from the collection of her mother, and he sold the famous portrait by Altman to a certain energetic professor, as Schuster described it. It was Chudnovsky, and Of course, this portrait, as like other works from the Добычина collection, was the cherished dream of not a single Soviet art collector, approximately how works from their collections became the same dream for the next generations of collectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you so much. Okay, now we will proceed with Mrs. Maria Timina. She's an art historian from Moscow. I would like to ask you at this point to please wear your masks. I think we got a little bit relaxed, but it's unfortunately necessary.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you to the organizers of the conference, to Momus, to the Kharchev Foundation, and I'm very happy to be here today. In this report, I will focus on two collections of archival materials related to Ivan Klyun. The vast majority of the documents preserved at his house at the time of his death in 1943 later ended up in the archives of two celebrated Soviet collectors of the Russian avant-garde art, Nikolai Kharchev and George Kostakis. Although their radically different personalities and approaches to collecting frequently become subject of scholarly interest, the case of Klyn's archive can give us a new insight into the problem, because there is a certain paradox at its core. While George Kostakis appreciated Klyn's work and acquired both his artworks and archival materials, Nikolai Kharchev, considering Klyn only a minor follower of Malevich, an epigone, was not focused on collecting the artist's works, but nevertheless acquired a considerable amount of his archival materials, including his theoretical writings. Kharchev's controversial relation to Klyn's legacy requires a special examination. A methodological foundation for such a study can be found in postmodern archival theories that emerged mainly in the last quarter of the 20th century, but began to be fully recognized only in the last 2 decades. After this fundamental shift in archival studies, archives ceased to be regarded as passive sources for knowledge retrieval and came to be seen as active sites where knowledge is produced. In their landmark 2002 archival science special issue titled Archives, Records and Power, The Making of Modern Memory, Canadian scholars John Schwartz and Terry Cook stated, quote, "Through archives, the past is controlled. Certain stories are privileged and others marginalized. Archivists are an integral part of the storytelling, exercising enormous power over memory and identity and determining history's winners and losers." The connection between archives and power was identified by Sigmund Freud and then by Jacques Derrida, who meditated upon Freud's ideas in his famous article Mal d'Archive, or Archive Fever. The indicated connection is embedded in the etymology of the word archive. It comes from, according to Derrida, the Latin archivum or archium, which in turn comes from the Greek archeion, initially a house, a residence of the superior magistrates, the archons, those who commanded. It is at their home that official documents are filed. The archons are the documents' guardians. They have the power to interpret the archives. Entrusted to such archons, these documents recall the law and impose the law." End of quote. Derrida had a strong influence on the development of archival science. This can also be said about Michel Foucault, who emphasized that not only archives, but knowledge itself is about power. These two do not exist without each other and are intertwined in the concept of pouvoir savoir, or power knowledge. In a Nietzschean way, Foucault believed that will to power is the driving force of human history and cognition. He suggested that power must be analyzed as something which circulates and functions in the form of a chain, never localized here or there, and that individuals should be seen as the vehicles of power. While trying to explore Klyn's archive in Kharchev's and Kostakis' collections in relation to this power-knowledge nexus described by Foucault, I will concentrate on the following questions. What transformations did Klyn's once integral archive undergo while turning into two different archives? What criteria did Kharchev and Kostakis use while selecting materials, and what purposes did they aim to achieve? How did their power over memory of Klyn's life and work manifest itself? As sources of knowledge, what narratives did those archives bring to life? So I will start with Clun's materials that come from Nikolai Kharjev's collection. First of all, the archive includes a very important group of biographical texts concerning Malevich, his life, death, and funeral. Kazimir Severinovich Malevich, Memoirs, and Funeral of a Suprematist, Kazimir Malevich's Illness and Death, which were published by Andrei Dmitrievich Sorobyanov in 1999. This is a very curious document. There is also a very curious document that you can see on the right. It is a draft of a letter that Clun sent or was going to send to Anatoly Lunacharsky in 1920. The artist wrote, "At the last purchase of paintings by the Procurement Commission, you, Anatoly Vasilievich, by your power removed my painting from purchase. By this you made a big mistake, and here is why. Firstly, the Procurement Commission, having included me in the list of artists from whom paintings should be purchased for the museum, by this recognizes me as an artist. Secondly, Malevich, with his colored squares, acquired for the museum, claims that he strangled the art of painting, which existed until now. That picture of mine, which you eliminated from buying into the museum, breaks the all-stifling, completely dead form of the suprematist square about which artists talk so much, and brings the art of color to freedom and the dead from the dead end into which Malevich drove it." Besides the materials related to Malevich, there is only one biographical document concerning Clun himself, a draft letter to the State Bank, where he is asking for a position of an accountant that would at the same time allow him to continue teaching at Futemas. One can easily notice that the materials selected by Kharjev create not a very flattering image. In the eyes of a reader who is not familiar with other documents, Clun appears as a person who was willing to exchange his artistic and pedagogical career for a position of an accountant, and as a hypocrite who was jealous of his friend's success and criticized him while addressing a powerful political figure. Kharjev's archive did not contain documents that could reveal Clun's other features: his drive to reconcile the antagonizing groups of leftist artists and poets, his ability to forgive his enemies, and his generosity towards his friends, such as Malevich and Khrushchev, whom he gave shelter and help when they needed it. Apart from documents of biographical character, the archive also contains Clun's materials related to different artistic institutions, such as Izonarkompros, the Tretyakov Gallery, Futemas, and Inhuk. They neither concerned Malevich nor were collected for the sake of the study of Clun's work. From this set of documents, it can be deduced that their main goal was to add something to a large-scale narrative, a history of the Russian avant-garde that Kharjev dreamed of creating. The same is with Clun's theoretical writings on art acquired by Kharjev. Most of them either belong to the suprematist period of the artist's career and are complementary to Malevich's ideas, or, such as texts about cubism and color theory, are valuable because they illustrate general stages of the development of the avant-garde art and theoretical thinking. In addition to Clun's articles, Kharjev's archive also contains several examples of mostly incomplete texts, drafts, where the artist expresses his individual perception of a wide variety of artistic, cultural, and historical phenomena, and conveys ideas that are not always significant to the history of the Russian avant-garde. It is hard to say why they came to be in Kharjev's possession. He could have found them relevant to a certain narrative, or maybe they were added up on top on some other documents for no particular reason. In any case, Kharjev's appraisal choices of Clun's materials make it clear that he mostly intended to save documents that could add either to Malevich's biography or to a history of the Russian avant-garde. Clun himself was not an important character of the story because he simply did not meet Kharjev's criteria of a true artist. Considering the tragic circumstances that defined the lives of the Russian people who witnessed the World War I, the Revolution, the Civil War, years of hunger, Clun lived a quieter life than many of his fellow artists. It was a life of a man who never went to war, fathered 4 children, and, unlike Malevich, was unwilling to sacrifice everything, including his family, on the altar of art. For many years he worked as an accountant, which in Kharjev's eyes made him some kind of a Philistine, whose art was devoid of intrinsic value. It is very well known that Kharjev singled out only a few representatives of the Russian avant-garde who, from his point of view, deserved scholarly attention. The main Russian troika, as he put it, included Malevich, Larionov, and Tatlin, who were leaders and discoverers of the new worlds. Among the artists and poets highly appreciated by Kharjev were also Mayakovsky, Hmelebnikov, Fedotov, Rozanova, and Chikrygin, who shared some specific features. All of them met a premature and tragic end, and all of them were outstanding personalities who were bold enough not to live in accordance with social standards of their time. It would probably not be a mistake to say that Kharjev's understanding of a true artist was rooted in the ideas of the Romantics of the 19th century. An artist had to be a visionary, a godlike creator, free of everything that does not concern his art. This would explain why Kharjev denied Clun a significant role in the history of the Russian avant-garde. His only text concerning Clun is a short article with the title Polemic in Verse, Malevich against Kruchonych and Clun. It is devoted to the period when, to Malevich's dismay, Kruchonych stopped his experiments with translational poetry and Clun returned to figurative art. In 1926, three of them had a poetic debate that happened through correspondence. Kruchonych and Clun composed playful poems that addressed Malevich and encouraged him to return to figurative painting, while he continuously objected to his friends. In the article, Kharjev gives Clun a rather demeaning accession. I quote, "An associate of Malevich, his follower and secret envier, Ivan Vassilievich Clun, trying to overcome suprematism, fell into a slavish imitation of the French purists, aux Enfants et Le Corbusier." For sure, this opinion was not shared by Kostakis, who purchased a marvelous collection of Clun's artworks from both of the artist's daughters. Among them, there were many paintings based on the so-called color light principle, including the famous red light. Elena Borisovna Murina reminisced about the time when Kostakis organized a show of the newly acquired Clun's works. The collector stood in front of the red light, I quote, "in an attitude of almost prayerful reverence. He began to talk about the fact that he had seen so much, but no Rembrandt gives him such delight, such an emotional shake-up as an artwork like this," end of quote. Just like Kharjev, Kostakis was acquainted with the artist personally. It is stated in his audio letter that he recorded for Maria Vyacheslamovna Kostaki, who was the first person to provide a detailed art historical study of Clun's oeuvre in her thesis in 1990. Besides Clun's numerous artworks, Kostakis acquired a lion's share of his archival materials. It includes many important biographical documents, materials about Clun's activities at Izonar Kompros, Futemass, and other institutions, and also many of Clun's texts about art, articles, drafts of all kinds, notebooks, etc. Here, for example, you can see a multicolored set of handwritten notebooks that were devoted to different elements of painting: rhythm, harmony, and dissonance in art, color, form, and space in art, and correlations between them. Even more, there is of Clun's excerpts from different books on art and color theory. To the left, you can see an album entitled Color Science, which included excerpts from books by Wilhelm Ostwald and other physicists. To the right, there is Clun's manuscript with a Russian translation of La Peinture Moderne by aux Enfants et Le Corbusier. On one of the pages, there is an interesting element. The artist cut out a piece of paper in the shape of a wine bottle, which was one of the main iconographic elements of purism. Kostakis' archive also contains materials that are not related to Clun's work as an artist, but at the same time can tell us a lot about different sources that influenced his worldview. For instance, here is a typewritten copy of Oswald Spengler's book The Decline of the West, which was very popular in the 1920s. Another group of documents is formed by Clun's own writings that concerned other topics beyond painting, such as cinema and architecture. There are also a few poems. Although they hardly meet the criteria of good poetry, they are helpful when it comes to understanding Clun's personality. The same can be said about numerous magazines and newspapers from Clun's archive, which provide the necessary context for his artistic activities. Together with newspapers, Kostaki purchased a lot of small clippings. As a professional accountant, Clun was very thorough when it came to making and keeping records. It seems that whenever he was mentioned in a newspaper, almost every time he cut out that article and highlighted his own name. In terms of archival science, newspaper clippings are identified as ephemera. From the Greek ephemeros, lasting only for a day, ephemera are fragmentary, temporary, easily lost or discarded. Like, for instance, shopping lists, bookmarks, concert programs, leaflets with lecture announcements, and other materials of seemingly minor importance. However, they are interrelated, and each of them, I quote Jim Burrant, is a form of time capsule, a crystallization of another time and place, and merits as much attention as any other archival form." End of quote. In his inclusive approach towards archives, Kostakis anticipated today's tendency towards moving beyond simply collecting records to documenting human experience in its different, even ephemeral form. Even though Clun's archive, once whole, now exists in two main parts that constitute two different archives, while we are left with only fragments of a large story, a story that Clun aimed to tell, it is clear that Kostakis' part of the archive is a much more authentic representation of the destroyed entity and does not impose any narrative onto it. It seems that the collector acquired all or almost all that he could, probably not excluding anything that he had a chance to buy. This is a very important circumstance because, as we know, the meaning of the realities constituted by archives are also determined by other realities that were excluded and destroyed. As the ancient Romans used to say, what is not in the records does not exist. This struggle between inclusion and exclusion can be described with the help of Jacques Derrida's archive theory, based on the Freudian conflict between two forces: Thanatos, the death drive, an aggression or destruction drive that annihilates memory, and Eros, the pleasure principle, striving for conservation of the archive and immortality. Derrida called it le mal d'archive. To be un mal d'archive is to burn with a passion. It is to have a compulsive, repetitive, and nostalgic desire for the archive, an irrepressible desire to return to the origin, to the most archaic place of absolute commencement. End of quote. However, as the philosopher points out, there is no archive fever without the death drive or radical forgetting. Seeking to save a certain object, we bury another one. The strength of Kharjev's death drive, which coexisted with his strive for keeping memory of the avant-garde and establishing the truth as he saw it, is revealed in a conversation that he once had with Jean-Claude Mercadet. The latter wrote, "One day we were discussing the polemic which had arisen between Clun and Malevich in 1919. Nikolai Ivanovich could not find words strong enough to denounce Clun's treachery and betrayal of his master, Malevich, adding, 'I have Clun's memoirs here with his pathetic disparagements and insinuations against Malevich. They will never be published. I shall destroy them.' Kharjev did not go that far, but his declaration indicates just how much he experienced these phenomena and events physically and morally." End of quote. As Christina Loda pointed out yesterday, even long after Malevich's death, Kharjev was the knight who fought the artist's battles and came down hard on everyone who had wronged him. He never forgave Clun for turning his back on suprematism in 1919, even though to Malevich himself it didn't take too long to forgive Clun. Although Kharjev preferred to be called a scholar and not a collector, both his research and collecting activity defied the concept of academic neutrality and impartiality. As a scholar, he rigorously selected and preserved archival materials that satisfied his interest. And we acknowledge that collecting is always about ownership and power, and collectors act as vehicles of power. We can also say that acquiring private property in the Soviet Union, where it was de jure forbidden, was a way to become more powerful in the conditions where only the state could exercise power over the collective memory, while individuals were to remain powerless. The case with Clun's archive in Kharjev's and Kostakis' collections demonstrate different modes of application of power unofficially possessed by a Soviet collector. So Kostakis used his power for the purpose of reappraising of Clun's work and emphasizing its importance to the history of the Russian modern art. He became a pioneer in its discovery and saved it from oblivion. His goal was not only to discover, but also to popularize Clun's art, attracting scholars and turning his collection into an unofficial museum of the Russian avant-garde. In 1972, he also presented the artist's works from his collection at an exhibition at the Kurchatov Institute. As for Kharjev, and this was already stated several times during our conference, the situation was absolutely different. To use Andrei Nakov's association, he was the guardian of the temple, even a kind of a Delphic oracle, or, as John Bode called him, a prophet in the wilderness. Interestingly, all of these metaphors relate to the etymology of the word archive that I spoke of at the beginning of my report. In antiquity, archives used to be controlled by both political and religious authorities, and Kharjev certainly acted this way. What what is important is that his attitude to Kloon's work had a very far-reaching historical consequences. His inclination to single out only a few artists as worthy of researchers' attention contributed to the decades of insufficient academic and public interest in Kloon's work. The Soviet collector Sergei Ivanovich Grigoryan's recalled, I quote, "My faith placed in Nikolai Ivanovich sometimes led to incontestable losses from today's point of view. For example, Nikolai Ivanovich did not consider Kloon a serious artist, called him a secondary imitator and an accountant, and his constant repetition of this led not only to the fact that I easily exchanged a notebook with 50 of his suprematist gouaches, but also several of his other things received from Kharchev." End of quote. But since Kharchev was recognized as a leading authority on the Russian avant-garde art, he and his narratives strongly influenced the younger generation of scholars of the avant-garde. It is almost certain that the short passage on Kloon from Camilla Gray's book, The Russian Experiment in Art, was based on her conversations with Kharchev. She writes that Kloon, I quote, "is of interest rather as a minor suprematist whose work was typical of the school rather than for his own merit." End of quote. Later researchers who were acquainted with Kharchev are also rarely fair towards Kloon. In his book on the history of the Russian avant-garde, Andrei Nakov wrote, "Until 1918, Kloon slavishly follows in Malevich's footsteps, being unable to bring anything new into the formal structure of his suprematist paintings. After 1918, he can no longer follow Malevich and openly dissociates himself from him. In 1920-1923, Kloon's style approached Rodchenko's Luminism. Left without a leader since the mid-1920s, Kloon embarks on the already beaten path of Parisian purism. It is only thanks to Kostakis' efforts that in the 1980s the situation started to change. For example, in 1983, John Bolt named Kloon one of the most original and most enigmatic representatives of the 20th century. Since then, this perspective prevailed, and many scholars turned to the study of Kloon's work. And I believe that Kloon's exhibition organized by Momus that we saw yesterday it continues Kostakis' work and demonstrates that his perspective on Kloon finally prevailed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you so much. So now we will close the first session of today's program with Iveta Drkusova from the Latvian National Museum of Art. The button on the top, you point.
Hello. I think we can't thank enough committee and organizers and hosts of this wonderful conference which gathered us together, and it's a great honor for me to be today here. And I'll also mostly read my paper to keep the time. So. Two main issues what make case of Gustav Skulces specific among other Russian avant-garde artists are his nationality, which was a reason of his tragic fate during Stalin's Great Purge, but also the determinate fate of his creative legacy. Another issue is the level of his political engagement, which complicated his not only his own career, but also raises controversial evaluation of his heritage till today. Scholars of Russian avant-garde are well aware of both these topics, therefore I'll skip artists' life facts and also contextual background of respective historical periods and all these collector influences in general, what we all know and have heard a lot during these days. My paper consists of two parts. First, I'll remind few notable facts how and why we speak today about Riga collection of Gustav Skulces' works, and how interpretation of collection kept at the Latvian National Museum of Art Please don't be confused. I will use also different names of museum what had been changed during the time periods. And how this interpretation of collection developed artists' reintegration into Russian avant-garde context. In the second part, I'll share some thoughts about the theoretical legacy of Gustav Klucis in relation to new materials found in Garde archive. I would like to thank colleagues at the Stedelijk Museum for granting me access to the digital catalogue of this archive some years ago. A Riga collection started being separated from other Russian avant-garde collections, distant from location of respective archives and libraries, but also without context to the local art history, timing firstly through exhibitions organized in Riga. Important role in this story plays Deputy Director of then State Museum of Latvian and Russian Art, Artūrs Eglītis. He sent a request letter to Ministry of Culture in 1958 to get permission to organize exhibition of artists who served as Latvian Red Rifles. The plan was to bring pieces from Moscow and Leningrad and gather them from artists' families. Eglītis argued need to organize the exhibition by political motivation to celebrate 40th anniversary of proclamation of Soviet Latvia in January 1919. This is a tricky thing because Eglītis refers to marginal episode when in politically unstable and chaotic post-war situation it was an attempt to establish Soviet power in Latvia. The self-declared Soviet government existed for some months and even didn't control the whole Latvia. But after Second War, this episode was frequently mentioned to certify heredity of Soviet ideas in post-war Latvia. Therefore, works by Gustav Klucis, Alexander Drevin, and four other artists shall serve as examples to extend non-existent history of so-called Latvian Soviet art, which had nothing to do with Russian avant-garde at that moment with idea. A smart use of political background by curator who was well aware of artists' true and tragic biographies made exhibition of Latvian Red Riflemen possible then. And in 1959, Board of Experts and the Ministry of Culture approved major purchase from artists' families, and thanks to that purchase and also to generous donation by Valentina Kulagina, Riga collection of Klucis works were established, and it consists of some 400 unique items and three very important albums. Next slide is, in 1961, first ever solo show exhibition of Klucis works was organized by Nikolai Kardzhiev in Library Museum of Vladimir Mayakovsky in Moscow. We heard previously that Kardzhiev was closely working with that museum, and that particular exhibition was in series of artists, illustrators of Mayakovsky works. So I think Klucis' collection of works and documents, some of them very important, I will speak later, in Mayakovsky Museum must be related to this exhibition and probably by recommendation of Kardzhiev. To celebrate artists' 75th anniversary in 1970, the State Art Museum opens first Klucis solo exhibition in Riga. Unique paintings, Red Man and Dynamic City, which are now shared by State Retico Gallery and Momus, along with Radio Orator series were borrowed from private collection of George Kostakis. And this, of course, marks a very important note that knowledge of this important private collection and joining that to museum once make a step forward to this collection interpretation and understanding of Klucis' work in general. But still in year 1970, thematic line prevailed in interpretation, and since it was also centenary of Lenin's birthday. And then this was a reason for Moscow-based scholar Larisa Oginskaya who some 10 years later published monograph about Klucis in Moscow, she promoted him as artist of the Lenin's theme, and this sort to say label is used quite long period for Klucis. Oginskaya highlights Klucis' unique photomontage series of mid-20s, including and published illustrations to Mayakovsky's poem Lenin, photomontage slogans for Молодая гвардия, and so on. But all these works are now in Riga collection. A new perspective in interpretation of Klucis' legacy was a 1982 exhibition with the title Revolution Idea Movement, organized by young designer Valdis Celms, who later also contributed for retrospective in Kassels. And in catalogue, he with colleague refers to Paris-Moscow exhibition, and I think this landmark event also put a crucial role in change of interpretation of Klucis' legacy as well among other Russian avant-garde art. In that catalogue text, constructivism is not yet used as a term, but authors are discussing Klucis' graphic designs and spatial structures in context of constructivist practices, what gives inspiration to contemporary design and architecture. And so we came to Klucis' retrospective in Museum Fridericianum Kassel in 1991, where all major Klucis collections were gathered together. It was on the moment when wall in Berlin was not so long down, and moving of artworks is a separate story, some detective, but that's at coffee table if you want. I can tell later, but. This first exhibition of the full scale of Klucis' legacy put him on international map, and after Great Utopia project, his works had been included in many Russian avant-garde exhibitions till today. So I'll not stop on that. And just quickly jumping through the future exhibitions, some 10 solo shows were shown in Riga, Moscow, and several European countries. Most have catalogs, and these exhibitions, mostly based on Riga collection, they prove continuous networking among all institutions possessing Klucis' works, Momo State Theatrical Gallery, State Mayakovsky Museum, and also each institution's input. Artists' solo show in 2014 gathered again all major collections, and you may see here again works from both parts of Kostaki collections, and those were not seen in Riga since 1970. In research of results and publishing of sources of this collection, complete catalogue of Riga collection is available since 2014. It's trilingual, so accessible to as wide audiences as possible, and it includes not only Klucis' artworks but also texts about photomontage and some other, highlighting his input to art theory. Other important sources and diaries also are published, as we know, diaries by Valentina Kulagina and other institution collections. So this kaleidoscopic review and countless publications, even not mentioned here, can make an illusion of quite complete research of artist Gustavs Klucis. But it's far not that good, especially with archival material because scholars access to materials in different archives in different times, each with a particular research focus. And actually, this is not a surprise in some of documents, even if they are noticed and quite known, remain without detailed research and contextual interpretation. Nevertheless, new materials can be revealed. And that's why I'm here, actually. Further, I will speak on second version of Kluce's famous manuscript, The Right to Experiment, which has been found in Garde archive along with some other Kluce's-related manuscripts. The frequently quoted manuscript with the same title known by scholars from the State Mayakovsky Museum collection may need now a new interpretation, because these manuscripts shall be examined, to my mind, in terms of artist's theoretical work in longer period of time, in mid-30s. On slide you see two exhibitions using this quote as a title. And already in this is on the bottom of slide, you always see which version if it is Right to Experiment manuscript. So already in 1981, author of Kluce's monograph Larisa Oginskaya speaks about the Mayakovsky manuscript as about the text Right to Experiment and other notes on scattered pages. She is dating them all to 1935 and suggests that after all public discussions in press of early 30s in relation to Kluce's well-known publications and lectures about photomontage as a new means of artistic expression, he felt the need to tell a real story of his art. Oginskaya doesn't mention, but must have in mind also controversies around October group, which forced many artists to defend themselves. The very first sentence of Mayakovsky manuscript gives its accurate dating. It could not be earlier than 1st March of 1936, because Kluces refers to particular article by, I think, Vladimir Kamenev in newspaper Pravda, entitled O художниках Pachkunach, concerning artists' daubers, blaming artist Vasily Lebedev for his illustrations in Book of Children. This article doesn't do anything with Kluces himself, but in one of publications during campaign against formalism and naturalism, what is current discussion matter on artists' meetings in Moscow. I would like to thank here Professor Loder for her generous help in translation of this specific title of Pravda article. And from Kulagina's diary, we read that on April 6 of 1936, she attended the discussion about socialist realism at Izogis. A day later, Kluces attended the conference of Latvian Soviet artists, where key talk was entitled For Socialist Realism Against Formalism and Plain Naturalism. By the way, on meeting on artists section of the Latvian Cultural Society Prometheus, with which Kluces collaborated in mid-30s a lot. That meeting take place in 1st November of 36, and when painting by Dreviņš was blamed for formalism, Kluces said in colleagues' defense, I quote, "Some people had turned discussion on formalism and naturalism into a means to terrorize artists." End of quote. I did a transcription of both the Right to Experiment versions so far in Russian, so I'm not providing here some translation in English. It shall to come. Comparison of text found in Garde archive to Mayakovsky museum item, which is much longer, clearly proves that both manuscripts are drafts, and before they are researched in detail, it's hard to say if both sets of papers are not mixed up or could not be split in several more portions following the content and dating on separate pages. Dates are given by Klutz's, dates that are given by Klutz are related to events he describes. He doesn't fix the date when notes are made, and even some of them looks like some diary notes or just idea fixage of idea. It's not really a diary type material. As the content on both versions, Klutz's defense artists tried to experiment, making statements in different wording, but with the same idea. Klutz expresses his thoughts about formalism and naturalism issues. Sometimes he argues, sometimes agrees with the need to work according to new ideological guidelines. Klutz also speaks about development of photomontage in his own history and analyzes works by other artists. He has made several short lists of photomontage artists, local and international. Some of artist groups are titled even formalists, but I believe Klutz uses this term in his own different understanding. He gives evaluation of particular artworks as well as pays great attention to use of photomontage in different art fields, especially in theater. Klutz writes of personal enjoyment for the experimental film Carnival of Colors by director Nikolai Ek, which he saw on 9 September 1935. And his poster, Voroshilov and Stalin, which was then seen on Red Square, had been filmed in color. All the events around the time, facts from artist's biography, as well as few other documents found in Kardžejev archive, remind me about one well-known published text by Gustav Klutz's photomontage entry of the Great Soviet Encyclopedia. A volume was released in 1936, but Klutz received a letter from the editor on 15 February 1934 requesting to submit text of 6,000 characters till 1st March. And I suggest that partly content of the right to experiment related notes could be linked to or may be encouraged by Klutz's work on photomontage article for Encyclopedia. No time here to detail the juxtaposition of texts, but a statement, it's here under and put there. That a theory of photomontage has not yet been developed, end of quote, may prove Klutz's ambitions to develop it and to continue somehow what he started in 600,000 characters. Few more manuscripts. These letters are in Riga. And few more manuscripts discovered in Kardžejev archive need to be researched in this regard as a joint group of materials. One is manuscript, the main characteristics of the photomontage method, dated 1934 and named an abstract of the Klutz's report. But at the moment for first transcription, it needs very careful analysis because it reminds so many Klutz's photomontage texts of different reasons that to be accurate, it needs time. And another is page from a notebook entitled The Origin of Photomontage Poster, which is dated 1933 and is discussed by scholar Maria Go in article From Machine to Easel, which is published in Riga Collection Catalogue. And Maria Go research is focused on development of Klutz's poster art, but inter alia she had mentioned also some doubts about accuracy of documents' date and its real purpose. Sorry, I go one back. So that origin of photomontage is this right side of you. And the short remark of redakciju Strelnieks on the publishing to the publishing house Strelnieks for Schiller, which is found in two of manuscripts discussed here, but located in different archives. is one more mystery around these Klutzes manuscripts. You see the same remark on manuscript discussed by Maria Gall, and first on one of pages in Mayakovsky version of Right to Experiment. Schillers was editor of several magazines curated by Prometheus Society. Most likely, publishing House Strelnieks is not a clue to purpose why Klutzes made all these manuscripts and doesn't answer the question if Klutzes had the idea to publish a book on photomontage or according version to Oginskaya some broader material about himself. But these uncertain remarks indicate different relation between documents located in different archives. I'm about to finish in a minute. So I put on the last slide some facts of Klutzes' controversial but very intense last years of artist's life. In short period of time, along with a new aim, I quote, to master completely the method of socialist realism in his art, end of quote, that's from his autobiography. He worked on several texts, sometimes absolutely unrelated each to other. It is Paris episode, it is some book of national ornaments which he wanted to make for Latvians living in Russia, and also portion of these manuscripts discussed here previously. This is all the same time. So. What survived in all this complicated period are separated notes stored in different archives, including private, but they are all part of a process showing artists' mindset and inner intellectual life of that complicated period. In conclusion, I suggest that unpublished manuscripts by Klutzes, dated roughly between 1934 and 1936, need proper research to find out their purpose, true meaning, interrelation, as well as sequence and accurate chronology. And please let me finish with a little bit emotional sentence. Unfortunately, we will never read a book entitled The Right to Experiment, I would wish. But so far, these words remain a strong statement by Russian avant-garde artist Gustav Klutzes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Iveta. We will have a short coffee break, and we will continue in 15 minutes, please, with a Tigran Mrtichev speech. Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I think it's time to get started again. As I told you in the beginning, Tigran Kritichev will not be able to deliver his presentation himself, so on his behalf, Mrs. Maria Tsantsanoglu will present his speech.
Yes, well, I'm not going actually to present a speech because Tigran Kritichev wanted to, it was technically very difficult to have him online. So what he proposed was to send simply a presentation of what he would like to say. It is in Russian, so what I will do is simply translate the main parts of his presentation in English, and he promises to send his speech in the form of an essay when the proceedings will be published. So I will be really very, very short, and I will translate what we see. So Tigran Kritichev would like to speak about the initial stage of the formation of the Moscow part of the collection at the Nukus Museum, with references to the very first artists that helped Igor Savitsky make the Nukus collection on a kind of reconstruction based on memoirs and publications. From his book, To Understand Each Other, Savitsky writes, Nukus frightened by its remoteness, and it was generally not clear what kind of museum it was, strange and usual, but there were people who began to actively help us. Moscow artists Gorchinila, Komisarenko, and others have put in their hands the first thread. Following that, we discovered many unexpected forgotten artists who constituted the first precious part of the collection. And the first name he mentions is Zenon Komisarenko, who studied at the Moscow School of Painting, Sculpture and Architecture after the reorganization into the Second State Artistic Studios under the guidance of Malevich, Tatlin, and Kuznetsov. In 1919, after he completed his studies, Komisarenko was sent to Turkestan to organize art workshops, and in Tashkent he met Alexander Volkov, and in 1920 he went back to Moscow. In 1923, Zenon Komisarenko organized the first animation workshop at the State Technical School of Cinematography. From 1924, he worked at the film industry Mezrab Pom Rus, renamed in 1928 to Mezrab Pom Film. He made 4 animated films as an artist. The most well-known, of course, is Interplanetary Revolution from 1924, and the others are How Avdotia Became Literate, China on Fire, and he worked as animator for the film Learn to Shoot, performed as animator and as a director and screenwriter for the film Rags in 1933. These are some images from the cartoon Interplanetary Revolution from 1924. Still from his biography, in 1934 he decided to quit cinema and started painting and drawing. In 1941-42 he was evacuated to Tashkent. According to Alexander Volkov, Zeno was friends with Volkov's father. In 1948, he returned to Moscow, again began to work for cinema. In the early 60s, he visited regularly the apartment of Maria Vyacheslavna Raube-Gorchilina. According to the memoirs of his contemporaries, Komisarenko's wife was against his working in the field of visual arts. Therefore, one of the rooms in Gorchilina's apartment served as the artist's studio. There was a large pile of sheets in the room with Zeno's painting of abstract fantasies. This is a quotation from Alexander Volkov. I remember Zeno from the early 60s. He was silent and focused. The lack of pronounced external manifestations of his personality was a consequence of his absolute focus on creativity. He came to Maria Vyacheslavna and put his materials and works in one of the 3 rooms, which she gave him for life and work. These are memories by Maxim Arkangelsky. Now, Maria Raube-Gorchilina, from 1917 to 1920, she studied at the Moscow School of Painting, Sculpture, and Architecture under Sergei Malyutin and Vasily Yakovlev. From 1920 to 1923, she studied at the Vkhutemas. In 1920, she married Andrei Gorchilin. She worked as an artist at the Soyuz-Det film studios. She worked for the design of theater settings as well. And Andrei Gorchilin, a locksmith, he worked at the Moscow Railways, and in 1905 he became a member of the Moscow Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, and he was, as Tigran Kratichev points out, a professional revolutionary. 1912-1917, he lived in exile in Belgium and France. In Paris, he attended classes with Auguste Rodin. He returned to Russia and after revolution participated in the Civil War. In the early 20s, he began his acting career. In 1920, he was appointed director at the Mezra Rus Film Factory, graduated from the 2nd class of the sculpture department at the Vkhutemas in 1928. And this is a quotation from Olga Reutenberg's book, Does Anyone Remember What We Were?, published in Moscow in 2004. The exhibition will have my portrait by Kolya, says Maria Gorchilina. Kolya is the artist Nikolai Tarasov. It was rejected by the jury at the last round. Very nice and sharp. He is talented, no doubt about it. He is somewhat superficial in his life views. In his understanding of art, he is extremely clever. In Russia, it is rare to see smart things in painting. And after the death of her husband, Maria Gorchilina was actively engaged in free creativity. She had worked a lot in the technique of watercolor and monotypes. She made large thematic series, including abstractions. From the beginning of the 60s, her apartment on Mali Dimitrovsky Pereulok became a meeting point for Moscow bohemian artists. Her relatives and friends, with a touch of respect, love, and recognition, called her Madame, writes Arkhangelsky. Alexander Alexandrovich Volkov is the youngest son of Alexander Nikolaevich Volkov. In 1959, he came to Moscow to study. His father's friends, Zenon Komisarenko, told Alexander Volkov that 2-year animation courses were opening at the Soyuz Multfilm Studio, and he passed the exams and entered these courses. 1960, he left the courses and entered the Faculty of Sculpture at Stroganovka. In the early 60s, Komisarenko brings Alexander Volkov to the house of Maria Gorchilina, and he becomes one of the frequent guests. She was a very hospitable hostess, and we had interesting conversations, remembers Alexander Alexandrovich Volkov. 1966, after Volkov's marriage, the visit to Gorchilina's house becomes rare. He says that Maria Vyacheslavovna had a cold behavior towards Masha, his wife, and he began to visit her less often. Alexander Volkov's portrait is seen here of Maria Gorchilina, and also a photo of himself at the Stroganov School of Art from 1966. Valery Volkov is the eldest son of Alexander Nikolaevich Volkov. 1966, after the earthquake in Tashkent, Valery, together with his wife Svetlana Zavatskaya, decided to move to Moscow. In May 1966, the State Museum of Arts opened in Nukus. The first director was Igor Vitalyevich Savitsky. In connection with the move to Moscow, the brothers Valery Volkov and Alexander Volkov decided to transfer a significant part of their father's collection to Igor Savitsky for the museum in Nukus. The reason why the brothers entrusted their father's legacy to an unknown person at that time was a speech by Savitsky in support of Alexander Nikolaevich Volkov at a public discussion of his exhibition 1957 in Tashkent. In 1966, Alexander and Svetlana Volkov moved to Moscow. Since 1967, Igor Savitsky began to visit often Moscow in order to purchase works for the museum in Nukus. Valery Volkov took him to Maria Vyacheslavovna Gorchilina. She introduced him to Zenon Komisarenko, and several works were purchased. She showed him the works of her late friend Nikolai Tarasov, and Savitsky bought more than 700 works. She presented her teacher Rostislav Barto, and Savitsky bought more than 40 graphic works. And Savitsky also bought the works of Maria Gorchilina, about 40 works. Zenon Komisarenko introduced Savitsky to Kudryashov, and he purchased more than 200 works. So this is the base of the collection, how it started. And finally, Maxim Arkhangelsky, another hero according to Tigran Mikrotitchev, for the Nukus Museum, born in Moscow, participant of the Second World War. In 1955, he graduated from the Moscow State University, Faculty of Physics. From 1965 to 1986, he worked as an artist, restorer at the Igor Graba Restoration Center. He worked as a sculptor. Since the mid-60s, he visited the salon of Maria Gorchilina. Over time, he became her life partner. After the death of Maria Gorchilina, he was the owner of his artistic heritage. He was baptized, became a monk, and was renamed Father Marcian. This was a very short presentation that Tigran Mikrotitchev sent to us with his greetings, and he's very sorry that he did not manage to be online with us.
Thank you, Maria.
But not to me, to Tigran, but our next speech, I think, will say more things about Nukus and the Turkestan and the Central Asia avant-garde.
That's right. So next is Robbie Schweiger from Amsterdam, the Stedelijk Museum.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so my name is Robbie Zwijger, and for the ones I haven't talked to yet, I work at the Stedelijk Museum as a researcher since a few months, actually, officially, as a researcher. And I am an art historian and Slavist, and I combine these fields at the Stedelijk, but also in my freelance curatorial and research practice. Yeah, at the Stedelijk, one of my occupations since the last year and a half has been a comprehensive donation from 13 artists from Central Asia, from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. And the oldest work is from 1974 and the latest is from 2020, so from last year. So this donation comprises Soviet non-conformist art and contemporary art from the independent republics. Yeah, a selection of these works will be visible at the Stedelijk in 2022, or will be yeah, on view. Yeah. In line with the expansion of the collection, I applied for a museum grant from the Dutch Scientific Organization, and this grant was awarded, fortunately, and it enables me to do research for a year, of which an important part will be field work in Central Asia. My research, which is titled Artist Networks in Soviet and Post-Soviet Central Asia, focuses on the three oldest artists from the donation, Vyacheslav Akhunov, Lydia Blinova, and Rustam Khalfin. And these artists stand at the origin of a new wave of Central Asian art production, an underground parallel culture that broke away from official Soviet art from the mid-1970s. And the oeuvres of these artists will be examined in the light of the interaction and relationships with other artists, artworks, and ways of thinking that were part of their counterculture, both before and after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And by mapping unofficial and underground networks around these artists and engaging in a dialogue with communities of artists and critics who to this day have hardly been heard in Western institutions, this research expects to gain access to previously undocumented information and knowledge created and exchanged with a small group of insiders and friends. By retelling interconnected stories and reconstructing practices, this research aims to show interdisciplinary, translocal and transnational artistic connectivity in a part of the world where this doesn't always seem obvious. Oh, that's finished anyhow. Another important aspect of this research on artist networks and post-Soviet in Soviet and post-Soviet Central Asia, and especially in the context of the existing Stedelijk collection and also in the context of this conference, is the link these artists have with the Russian avant-garde. Kazakh art historians like Yulia Sorokina and Nazipa Yezhenova, but also Viktor Misyana, described the work of Akhunov, Blinova and Khalfin as a bridge between the Russian historical avant-garde and contemporary art in Central Asia. This is because the networks of these artists expand to an understudied afterlife of the avant-garde in the periphery of the Soviet Union. For example, Blinova was taught by sculptor Isaac Itkind, a friend and colleague of Marc Chagall, who was exiled to Kazakhstan in the 1930s. Galfin studied in Leningrad at the studio of Tatyana Glebova and Vladimir Sterligov, students of Kasimir Malevich and Filonov at Inghuk. And Agunov was in contact with archaeologist, artist, and avant-garde collector Igor Savitsky. Furthermore, the three protagonists of this research have links to other artists like Alexander Volkov, who also was present in the previous presentation, Sergei Kalmykov, Alexander Nikolaev, also known as Usto Mumin, and others, who all came to the Soviet East for various reasons. Agunov, Blinova, and Galfin, in turn, were heavily involved in the formation of younger generations of artists in the region, in Central Asia, as teachers and mentors, and thus they had a key position in bridging these artist networks and histories. Here you see some examples of works by Agunov. Yeah, you also see a clear connection to Malevich there. On the right, yeah, I don't have time. I can explain it later. Here are some works by Lydia Blinova. Yeah, she made graphic works. She also did photography. And on the bottom right, you see little jewelry pieces she made from plastic in her own oven in her kitchen. And this was probably also the cause of her death, of her early death, because all these bad air in the kitchen that she breathed. Here we see some examples of the work by Galfin. So it's painting, video, installation, and again, here you also see some references to the avant-garde. I started this research in September, so it has only been 2 months, or not even. And next month I will visit Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan to do field work. And as I'm still at the beginning of this project, I don't have conclusions to share, or not yet at least. And instead I would like to share some insights and possible ways in which this research could go. Right now I'm very much drawn to the fact that next to the avant-garde, which is visually and also conceptually present in the work of these artists, the discipline of archaeology seems to play an important role in the life and the work of all three artists. And these, through archaeology, these artists seem to have been able to reveal thoughts, or rather ways of thinking that were forbidden, restricted, or simply not desirable within the Soviet Union. I will shortly tell a bit more about only one of the protagonists of this research, Vyacheslav Agunov. And I have already done some preparatory research and a short Zoom conversation with Vyacheslav, which form an exciting basis for the rest of this project, and I will share and discuss some of the findings from this conversation. And also his project was, the title of this lecture was borrowed from his project. Agunov was born in Osh, Kyrgyzstan in 1948 to a Russian mother who was a teacher and an Uzbek father who was an artist. Throughout his youth, his father took him on archaeological expeditions through Central Asia, and these expeditions were led by archaeologist Yuri Baruzdin. He was a colleague and friend of Igor Savitsky. And Agunov's father was an artist, and he was asked to join these expeditions because he made very nice and detailed sketches of all the archaeological findings. And in the early 70s, Agunov went to study in Moscow at the Moscow State Academic Art Institute, the Surikov Institute. After he finished, he moved back to Central Asia to start his career, and there he often fled into the mountains and joined geological and archaeological expeditions. He says he did this, and I quote, because in the expeditions people came together that wanted to get away from reality and not think about what was happening in their daily lives. In general, these were smart people, artists, poets, that worked simple jobs. Inspired by a poem from 1965 by Robert Rozdziestwski, in which he urges archaeologists of the 30th century, so in the far future, to investigate how their ancestors were living, and also inspired by Foucault's Archaeology of Knowledge from 1969, that was published in a very small edition in Moscow. Akhunov starts his project Archaeology in the mid-1970s. And just like his father, Akhunov made detailed sketches of future archaeological findings of the Soviet Union. So here we see a socialite. Here's some more. Here we see some other interesting archaeological objects from the Soviet Union. And this is, here more. And this is what Akhunov says himself about archaeology, what it is. On the one hand, it is science, and art on the other. It is the art of turning the present into the past, research in the not coming future of the historical past, a certain era or a society through moments of material culture found during the archaeological expedition and field work. The material evidence of past eras found during excavations is transferred into the so-called archive. Archaeological documentation is neutral with science-like descriptions, reports, abstracts, texts, maps, tables, drawings, sketches from nature, photo and video documentation. The combination of science and imitation of science, in this case archaeology with art, is archaeology. Archaeology is also very much present in his other works, also in his series Mantras of the USSR, which he made between 1977 and 1983. And in this series of collages, we see Soviet heroes, in this case Lenin, covered by a desert landscape, while the entire sky is filled with ideological formulas or mantras of the Soviet Union. Here also the archaeological aspect here is that the ground somehow shuts Lenin up. Underground you don't have these mantras following you around. I don't have time to go into this series, but I think you see my point. And after after a successful exhibition of his socialist realist work in 1981, which he did next to his nonconformist practice in order to make a living, Akhunov gets an apartment and a studio, a big apartment and studio in Tashkent in the center. And just after his arrival, Igor Savitsky travels from Nukus to Tashkent to pay him a visit. And during this visit, Savitsky buys 43 paintings of Akhunov, drawings, and 2 paintings for a symbolic price for his museum. And Akhunov said that he didn't sell him his coolest works. This was because he didn't have them at his new studio, because his father hid them in his own home and sometimes even destroyed his son's work because he was afraid that he would get arrested because of this. After the visit, Savitsky and Akhunov stayed in contact, and they kept sending each other letters till 1984 when Savitsky died. Something went wrong. So in our conversation, Akhunov further elaborated on his father also, and that he worked as an artist in Tashkent and Osh just before and after the Second World War. And his contact with artists like Alexander Nikolaev, so Ustal Mumin, and Alexander Volkov, whose works were bought by Savitsky in the 1960s, we just saw, but also by Kostakis, I read. Yeah, this goes beyond the scope of this talk, but I think it's interesting to follow up on this when I'm almost finished. Yeah. Oh, okay, sorry, I thought you were looking. Okay, good, thanks. Yeah, so this goes beyond the scope of this talk, but I will follow up on this when I will meet him next month in Tashkent. And yeah, I'm really excited because he also quickly showed me on Zoom his apartment and his studio, which looks like an enormous archive of interesting material. Yeah, I'm also very curious about the correspondence between Agunov and Savitsky, and which works he bought from Agunov in '81. And I also plan to visit Nukus to find out. Yeah, so avant-garde archaeology and the support for non-conformist practices all came together in the come together in the person of Savitsky. Also, after Maria's presentation yesterday, I also saw a link to Kostakis' children's toys and Luki, or with his archaeology and applied folk art collections. But yeah, this is just some thoughts I should wrap up. Yeah, I hope it was clear. I hope I was clear in guiding you through the early stages of this research. I think it's slowly coming together, at least in my head, and I will for sure follow this lead on archaeology. Just like for Agunov, the combination of the avant-garde and archaeology is also very much present in the work of the other two protagonists of the research for Blinova and Galvin. Yeah, from the late 1970s onwards, they also regularly went on archaeological expeditions in southwestern Kazakhstan with archaeologist and cult figure Alan Medoyev. And all three artists went underground, both in a literal and a metaphorical sense, by digging up underground culture and underground knowledge and making connections with other ways of living in the past, outside ideological control and censorship, one's own life gets put in perspective. Yeah, I would be very happy to hear from you if you have any questions or suggestions or leads to follow. Yesterday, Ellen Rutte pointed me to the Soviet novel Fakultet nenuzhnych vещей from Yuri Dombrovsky that was written between 1964 and 1975. And the protagonist of this novel, which takes place in 1937, is a historian, an art historian that works at an ethnographic museum in Almaty, where he sort of finds refuge in his historical collection that he's taking care of to get away from the reality of Stalinism. And when I was Googling this book yesterday, I found out that there's also an artist in this book, or a character of an artist, and that character is based on a real artist, on Sergei Kalmykov, who came to Almaty in the 1930s, and he was also affiliated to the avant-garde. Yeah, he's also part of this network of artists that, because he was in Almaty, that I talked about. And yeah, this novel again shows this escape into history, yeah, which I think is very interesting. But I will stop now. Thank you for listening, and thank you, Momus.
Thank you so much, Robbie.
Yeah, thank you, Momus, for hosting. Did I forget some? I think I forgot a slide, but it's fine.
That's okay. Okay, we will proceed to our next speaker, Mikhail Kamensky, from Moscow, from the Russian State Academy of Fine Arts.
Hello. The purpose of this research is to inform and convince an interested public of the existence and authenticity of the Malevich painting that was lost and then found. The history of the painting called Crossed White Square. In 2014, the artist and collector D came to me to seek advice. D shared with me a story about his meeting with Kadyrov in 1983 before he emigrated from the USSR. D came to Kadyrov on the recommendation of Kadyrov's nephew, the architect Nikolai Popov. D wanted to buy a suprematist painting by Malevich. Upon learning that D was leaving for the Netherlands, Kadyrov agreed to sell him a painting, but he explained that everything he was ready to sell was in Europe and that D should first go to Amsterdam. D left the USSR at the end of 1883. In early 1984, he was contacted by the Russian poet Vadim Kozavoy, who had been living in Paris since 1981. Kozavoy, a loyal and devoted friend of Kadyrov, selflessly helped and supported Kadyrov before and after moving to Amsterdam. The activities of Kozavoy as Kadyrov's representative in Europe in the 1980s is the subject of my research, which is now being prepared for publication. Kozavoy acted as an honest and disinterested intermediary on Kadyrov's behalf in this transaction. In the spring of 1984, he arrived to his meeting with D with a sports bag over his shoulder. This sports bag contained two paintings by Malevich, a small cubofuturist on a stretcher and a large rolled canvas, which turned out to be a suprematist composition. On the back of the rolled canvas, there was some inscription. I will show it you later. On the back of the rolled canvas, the words Kazimir Malevich, 1919, Suprematism of the Spirit, number 11, were inscribed in Russian. Please note that in Volume 2 of the Encyclopedia of the Russian Avant-Garde, a different picture is reproduced, which, despite its apparent similarity, is significantly different in size and the ratio of geometric elements. Please note the difference in dimensions. The grayer one is from the private collection. The lighter one is the one which is reproduced in the encyclopedia. To show you the difference, I made an overlay. This button. The lighter is from the encyclopedia. The darker is from the private collection in Europe. G received documents from Kazavoy which authorized him to sell both paintings, but G did not have the necessary funds, and for that reason declined an offer to buy a Cuba Futurist painting. Document 2. Can you see in Russian? Okay. These are Polaroid photos of the kerosene stove, which I will call kerosinka, made by D in the spring of 1984 during his meeting with Kazavoy. Only Kazavoy, who died in 1999, knew the full story of kerosinka painting. I found no trace of it. On the back of this kerosinka canvas was written in black and white, original Haller, or original Haller in German. Above was a hardly readable crossed out inscription mentioning «Самая лучшая в мире керосинка», вычеркнуто. The best kerosene stove in the world. Haller is a well-known German company that makes household appliances. Nowadays, models of Haller kerosene stoves can only be found on the websites of the antique stores and recall you the subject of the Malevich painting. Here they are. On the right is the drawing made by Karjev. The comparison is very liberal, but still. We now return to the suprematism of the spirit. It was agreed that G would pay for the work in installments. The financial side was handled by Raisa Orlova, the wife of the well-known Soviet human rights activist Lev Kopelev, who lived in Berlin. G delivered the money in dollars and German marks to Jewish immigrants from the USSR, whose remaining Soviet relatives transferred money to Karjev in Moscow. Below is a portrait of Kopelev made by G. Shortly before Kopelev left for Germany, to give lectures in 1979. He was later stripped of the Soviet citizenship and stayed in Germany to teach. Over the next few months, G received 3 more documents from Karjev through Kopelev's German students. Apparently, they sent these documents to G after returning from a trip to the Soviet Union. Now, one of the most important documents. This is a letter received by G from Karjev, a letter from Lisitsky, from Berlin-Charlottenburg district, sent on May 26, 1925, to his friend Alfred Köhler, an artist from the Swiss city of Ascona and a member of the Big Bear group. This is English translation. Should I give Russian translation? Пожалуйста, закажите у местного плотника легкий деревянный ящик, сделанный из фанеры, с ручкой. так, чтобы в него можно было поместить картину. Пожалуйста. Пожалуйста, с ручкой. Внутренние размеры, обратите внимание, 77 на 106 высота, ширина 6 сантиметров. Этот деревянный ящик предназначен для одной из тех работ, которые я оставил в музее коммунале Асконы на хранение. На этом холсте изображены линии красные и черные, образующие крест. В центре белый квадрат. На обороте холста надпись на русском языке. Пожалуйста, заберите эту работу из музея. Высока вероятность, что она будет отправлена в Ганноверский Ганноверский музей. Конечно, я оплачу все расходы. Привет, Яне Лисицкий. Сравнение размеров, a comparison of dimensions mentioned in the letter and of the actual dimensions of the painting I'm talking about. On the back of the letter, there were, and there are, two important pencil notes. You cannot see it distinctly, but I will help you. One in German, written by Sophie Küppers, reads, nicht did nicht, not sent, не отправлено. The other one is in Russian, written by Kardjev. It reads, не отправлено в связи с отменой выставки Казимира Малевича в музее. This translates as not sent because of the cancellation of the exhibition of Kazimir Malevich in the museum. A trusted friend followed the trail of the letter to Ascona and found an important document in the archive of the museum. It confirms that the 1919 painting, Suprematism of the Spirit, was kept in the Ascona Museum since February 1925. It is in Italian. Translation into English. I will translate it into Russian. Сеньор Альфред Келлер принес в музей коммунале ди Аскона 4 работы, принадлежащие сеньору Лазарю Лисицкому. Работы предназначены для временного хранения и могут быть использованы для экспонирования. А именно, Проун «Звезда» 22 года, холст масла, Проун «Геометрическая фигура» 19-го, холст масла, Проун номер 89, супрематическая композиция 25 года, гуашь-карандаш на картоне, и супрематизмус номер 11 19 года, холст масла. Подтверждаю и Кемптер. This receipt needs explanation. The artist who signed it, Ernst Kempter, was a co-founder of the museum in Ascona together with Mariana Verevkina. He was also its director. That's why he signed this receipt. Number 2, in 2017, I showed the previously mentioned series of prawns to Tatiana Горячева, a Lisicky specialist from Moscow State Tretyakov Gallery. The information received turned out to be relevant and essential for her, since these prawns were believed to have vanished without trace during the war years. Горячева included new data in her report at a conference at the Russian State Archive of Literature and Arts in 2017. It was called Lisitsky Exhibitions in Germany at the 1920s. Next document is a registration card from the archive of the museum at Ascona. No translation needed. This is a photo where you can see this absolutely unknown to us artist, Köhler, his wife Jana, and Marianne Verövkina. Next document from Kardjiv. Unfortunately, I did not translate it into English, so I will translate it right away. From the correspondence between Lisitsky and the artist Albert Köhler, it became known to me that a supermatic painting by Kazimir Malevich, Crossed White Square, in 1925 was given for custody to the Museum of Marianne Verövkin in Ascona. In 1957, I discovered that the painting by Malevich was not in the museum anymore, and that possibly it was with Marianne Verövkin's nephew, Alexander Petrovich Verövkin. With the purpose of finding Alexander Verövkin's address and the lost painting, I turned for help to George Kastakis. George went for a trip to Europe. In Paris, Ksenia Puni-Boguslavskaya helped him to find the address that I was interested in, and to clarify that the painting that I was searching for was with Alexander Verövkin in Germany. Kastakis met Verövkin and bought this work by Malevich for my collection. Alexander Petrovich Verövkin resides at the address Danzig am Rhein, Assensorenweg 41. Until the beginning of the... No, sorry. Yeah. Well, this painting was not in cultural circulation until 2001. It was secretly kept by G, mostly in the Netherlands. Few knew about its existence in 2013. G saw in the Encyclopedia of the Russian Avant-Garde a similar picture with the same title and asked me to organize a comprehensive study. I considered this story dubious and refused. Я посчитал, что рассказы недостаточно убедительны, и отказался этим заниматься. But in 2017, Dee showed me the originals of the document, which led me to treat this story differently. Thanks to the kind support of Tatiana Gareeva, then director of the Russian State Archive of Literature and Art, the documents fell into the hands of Maria Rashkovskaya and Natalia Gerchikova, both specialists in the Kardjiv archive, who were working on its description in the Stedelijk Museum. Both confirmed the authenticity of Kardjiv's document, and a certificate was issued. I understood that such important and unusual provenance and the provenance document required a second expert opinion. For example, many of my colleagues in Moscow raised question about a handwritten document in which Kardjiv used abbreviations instead of the full spelling of surnames and first names. You've seen this document. What are these? K, N, I, KVM, Kazem. The analysis showed that this manner of abbreviating names was characteristic of Kardjiv. This can be found in his letters, especially in the last decades of his life. For example, here are two letters from the archive of the Vadim Kazavoy's family, which illustrates that particular use of that style. So it's clear, yes, that what these abbreviations mean. My colleagues advised as well a forensic examination of this handwriting. Многие настаивали на том, что должна быть проведена криминалистическая экспертиза. To exclude accusations of bias, the best option was to obtain an opinion from a specialized state institution. It turned out to be pointless, because to contact law enforcement agencies was impossible, in Russia at least, since they focus on the examination of documents within the framework of a formal investigation. Все силовые структуры отказывались этим заниматься, потому что в России это может происходить только в рамках уголовного расследования. The Regalis staff members recommended contacting the Expertise Center of the All-Russian Institute of Documentation and Archival Affairs, VNIDAD, at the Russian State Archival Agency, Institute VNIDAD, Rosarchiva. A forensic expert, an employee of the center, got access to the funds of the Russian State Archival Literature and Art and worked with Kadjiev documents and Lisitsky letter. 3 months passed before I received the report. Here are the experts' conclusions. A comparison of Kadjiev handwriting samples and signature from the archive with the presented samples established that they were made by one person and coincide with reference material, выполнены одной рукой и совпадают с образцами из архива. Number 2. Methods of comparative study and visual comparison of the signature under study on behalf of Lisitsky with all reference samples of Lisitsky's signature demonstrates coincidence for all general and specific characteristics of the signature. То же самое по Лисицкому. I ask myself 2 questions. Yeah, by the way, these are interesting for you, especially the right one. This is how it's being done. I asked myself 2 questions. Why, being the owner of a Malevich painting with the author's title, Suprematism of the Spirit, written on its back, did Kadjiev everywhere names it exclusively crossed white square? Почему, владея работой, у которой сзади написано авторское название, «Супрематизм духа», во всех документах, которые написаны Kadjiev, это название не используется, используется перекрещенный белый квадрат. And can this be the evidence that the inscription was falsified? Можно ли считать это указание на то, что это поддельные документы? This led me to 3 conclusions. 1. If the inscription had been forged, the forger, to be more persuasive, would have preferred to use the name Suprematism of the Spirit established at the end of the 20th century, as opposed to the crossed square, taken from Lisitsky's letter to Sophie Kuper's, dated May 31, 1924. Number 2. It is most likely Kadjiev never saw this picture in flesh and did not hold it in his hands, since Konstaki left it for safekeeping with some acquaintances in Paris. Those acquaintances evidently did not know Russian. Kadjiev obviously did not have a photograph of the backside of the canvas, since it did not occur to anyone to photograph the picture from behind. Therefore, he borrowed this combination of words from Lisitsky's letter. То есть он взял название из письма Лисицкого, потому что у него не было этой фотографии задника, а работу Костаки, после того, как купил, оставил у кого-то в Париже, как я предполагаю. Kadjiev knew Charles Anderson from 1960s. He was familiar with his catalog reconstruction of the Berlin exhibition and believed that Anderson in his catalog reproduced under number 67 a picture identical to his suprematism of the spirit. I think Kadziev did not want to take the liberty of inventing a title instead of the author and did not even imagine that the original name of the painting was written on the back of his canvas. In the corpus of Kazimir Malevich's works from the collection of the Stedelijk Museum, one of the most important places is occupied by the painting on panel, known as Suprematism of the Spirit. The axis of the cross in this work is vertical. Ось креста вертикальна. Malevich refers to this work in a letter to Lysitsky from Leningrad, sent on the 4th of February 1925. This letter is partly about the organization of the exhibition at Hanover's Provincial Museum. So I decided to send the original to you for the Hanoversky Museum, the panel that I painted in your presence. It seems you want it. The late Vasily Rakitin emphasizes that we are talking about suprematist work performed on panel and found in the collection of Kadziev, dating back to 1920. In the text of the letter, Malevich schematically illustrates the image on the panel. When comparing the sketch with the work at Stedelijk, it is clear that there are significant differences. They are visible. These are the differences, but I will not go into this later. We know 3 more works by Malevich on wood. These are Cubo-Futurist compositions of 1913, but no more genuine suprematist paintings on panel have been attributed and acknowledged as authentic, so there is no doubt that Malevich writes about the work now at the Stedelijk Museum. Нет сомнений, что эта схема никак не противоречит тому, что в Стедлике работа, та самая работа Малевича, она единственная на дереве из супрематических. The difference between the sketch and the original can be explained by the fact that perhaps in 1925, when in the artist's mind, the crossed square became a sign of the exit into the space of thought, as was very well put by Shatskih. So it absorbed a huge symbolic meaning and thus all possible configurations of supremacy that were fused together. То есть сделанная схема в письме объединяла в себе все возможные вариации и смыслы, которые закладывал художник в супрематизм духа за все эти годы. То есть этот рисунок еще более символичен, чем любая другая работа под этим названием. Malevich calls his composition simply pain. In this letter it's called daska. There is no other word for it, no other name. Daska was handed over to the Kadziev Chaga Foundation through Kristina Gmurzynska without a title. According to Gert Imansi in April 1998, when transferring the foundation's collection to the Stedelijk Museum, the name Suprematism of the Spirit was proposed by Alexander Shatskih, who obviously, like Andrei Nakov in 2002, and later by other researchers, relied on the information from Vitebsk Almanac Onovis number 1. What happened before the cliché for this almanac was created? Where this image came from? In the table of contents, the composition is called Suprematia of the Spirit. In the caption under the illustration, it becomes Suprematism of the Spirit, 1920. The illustration is pasted in hand-painted lithograph. The cliché from which it was printed is at the Ludwig Museum. None of the surviving sketches of the Suprematism cross created at the turn of 1920, which preceded the publication of Novice #1, neither in detail nor compositionally correspond to the lithograph's Suprematia in the almanac. The question arises, what served as a model for the cliché? There are two sketches known. They do not correspond with the cliché and what happened after the cliché. Suprematist composition in the Russian Museum is attributed to Yudin. When comparing the images, it became obvious. It became obvious that the colored lithograph from the almanac, authorized by Malevich, and the ink drawing on paper from the collection of the Russian Museum, the author of which is believed to have been Lev Yudin, are identical and printed from the same cliché. They not only coincide compositionally in size, points, and other geometrical indicators, but also in the smallest defects that have arisen during printing. Oh, sorry. Что там пляшет? Наладьте. Conclusions. Oh, here. Yeah. Thank you. You see, these defects are in circles. They are all the same. Everything was what was being done and was attributed as drawings and hand-painted lithographs. They were all made from the same cliché, which is in Ludwig. Conclusion 1. The collection of the Russian Museum contains not Yudin's gouache, but a lithograph from a cliché made in early 1920 at Vitebsk Art Workshop. Since this graphic sheet was handed over to the Russian Museum as part of Yudin's legacy by his widow, Maria Gorokhova, the correctness of the transfer inventory did not raise any questions. Thus, the composition from the collection of the State Russian Museum is not an ink drawing, but a lithograph version of Suprematism of the Spirit, with ink hand-painted over and a more precise date no later than 1920. Conclusion 1. The model for making cliché should have been a painting created by Malevich in 1919. Then it becomes possible to consider as Malevich's work not only Suprematism of the Spirit from the almanac, but also composition from the collection of the Russian Museum. The clichés and lithographs themselves were obviously technically executed by Lev Yudin at the very beginning of 1920 and later in May of 1920. The original title, Suprematism of the Spirit from the Almanac, became applicable to all numerous works by Malevich of this group, which remained unnamed during his lifetime. But we should count as the source of the name, not the lithograph from the almanac, but this painting that disappeared from circulation. То есть есть какое-то упущенное звено, с моей точки зрения, это живописное полотно, с которого это клише было создано и потом явилось основой для всех последующих супрематизмов. A group of initially untitled sketches made in 1919-1920, which are today united under the name Suprematism of the Spirit from 19 to 1927, preceded and later accompanied this fundamental work. Disciples and followers of Malevich considered it an icon and the manifesto of the late Suprematist period. Therefore, for example, Lazar Kedekel in 1924 chose this very motif as sign of Novice. The analysis showed that this manner of abbreviation names was... it's different. Here. As follows from the Sancta Sanctorum source, Malevich Catalogue Raisonné of the Berlin exhibition by Anderson, Suprematist cross painting probably was not included in the 1927 exhibition. Anderson didn't have its image. The dimensions and present whereabouts were also unknown to him, but he still considered it to be relevant and important to include in the catalogue. To illustrate this ghost painting, эту картину-призрак, what it looked like, the art historian picked and posted a reproduction of the lithograph from the Universe Almanac. It was not possible to find out what gave Anderson grounds to believe in the existence of the suprematist cross painting. I presume that these were conversations with Hans von Riesen, who consulted Anderson and, as Schatzkich notes, showed his knowledge and memoirs with him. And Nikolai Kharjev, who met with Anderson in the 60s. Unfortunately, to my request sent in 1919, Troels Anderson replied that he did not remember the details of the conversation that took place more than half a century ago. This is number 67 from the catalogue reconstruction of Berlin exhibition. Anderson was a perfectionist. He would not even mention and reproduce the suprematist cross painting without a special reason. He was convinced that a gap in this pictorial series could only be filled with an image that corresponded to the fundamental ghost painting. The American art historian Donald Karshan, author of the catalogue raisonné of Malevich's graphics, also following the logic of Troels Anderson, turns to the suprematist cross painting, and in 1975, Karshan assumed that the suprematist cross painting was the source of the Vitebsk wooden cliché. Совершенно неожиданно прочитал в книге Дональда Каршана то же самое предположение, что основой для клише была живописная работа. Karshan wrote, "Suprematist cross painting was apparently considered of significant importance in the early 20s. The work was selected by Arp and Lisitsky, and perhaps by Malevich, for their 1925 volume Kunstismen as a symbol of suprematism. Ironically, this reproduction has evolved into one of very few records of this actual painting, which is destroyed or lost, adding further importance to the wooden cut as its surviving progeny." These are pieces from this book. I'm almost done. An indirect confirmation that the decision to publish Suprematism of the Spirit in German publications was made with the participation of Malevich appears in a letter from Lisitsky to Kuipers sent to her from Moscow in June 1925. Malevich, he was happy, very happy about the book about isms, Kunstisms. Karshan suggested that instead of black square, it was initially suprematism of the spirit that was meant to become the emblem of suprematism and appear on the cover of the book Suprematism 34 Drawings. Изначально, по предположению Каршана, не черный квадрат, а именно эта работа должна была быть на обложке 34 супрематических рисунков и стать символом супрематизма. However, Karshan does not provide any documentary confirmation. As an indirect confirmation of his assumption, I would refer to the suprematist cross of Lazar Hiddekel, who called it a sign of Genovis, as I said. No, it's okay. At the end of May 1924, Lisitsky received a crossed square from Kuipers and wanted to photograph it for an article. It was, point one, the article Constructivism by Ernst Kallay in the book Jahrbuch der Jungen Kunst, and number one, some article that was planned to be published in Cicerone magazine, but evidently never was, and this is what he had in mind. Lisitsky prepared materials for Kaller's articles, as well as for the book Kunsthismen. They were German editions intended to showcase iconic works that manifest and promote the leading artistic trends of the early 20th century. For them, Lisitsky was going to take a photograph of the crossed square, a fundamental error in his possession. To be noted, I found it a mistake in the translation of the letter from German into Russian. It was committed by Jan Lisitsky in 1960s. The English translation and French translation was okay. Я нашел ошибку в переводе этого письма Яна Лисицкого. Это ввело некоторых моих коллег в заблуждение. In Russian it sounds: хорошо, что ты послал перевод Лисицкого. Перевод Яна Лисицкого. Хорошо, что ты послал в американский журнал «Малевический перекрещенный квадрат». Я потом здесь фотографирую для статьи. А настоящий, истинный перевод: хорошо, что ты прислала мне «Малевический перекрещенный квадрат» вместе с американским журналом, который я сфотографирую здесь для статьи. The difference is extremely important. What should I do?
There will be no... Actually, we already spent the time for the discussion.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I'm asking the audience whether the audience is prepared to listen to the end or not.
Well, of course, now we are all, very, very much looking forward to it. Will there be time for discussion? Because, of course, we have Mr. Akinsha as well. After that.
Mr. Akinsha, will you forgive me and give me a few more minutes? This is a visual evolution of the suprematism of the spirit. It's my attempt to rebuild the lost link. Here you see all the images known to us today. And here, this is the piece in question, which was bought by D in 1984. This is the fragment. So I feel it before cliché, as my hypothesis is that it was used as the model. Sorry. So you see this, this slide, this painting, which was bought by D in 1984 from Kadji through Kazavoy. And I think that it is the missing link that precedes the cliché. Cutting it out. Summary. The original source, this missing ghost painting, could not have been the suprematism of the spirit on panel, which is now in the Stedelijk Museum, as the axis of the cross in the Stedelijk painting is vertical, while in all other images that we know, and in particular in reproductions of the painting in German magazines, it is tilted to the right. There is a high probability that it was a photograph of the original oil version of the painting that was reproduced in the German Jahrbuch and Kunsthismen. 3. The original source could be a painting on canvas by Kazimir Malevich that in 1919 was given the name Suprematism of the Spirit. It was photographed by Lisitsky in late spring or early summer in Ursulina of 1924, and which he later handed to the Ascona Museum through Alfred Köhler. Around 1938 or earlier, it was in the possession of Alexander Verevkin, who sold it to Kharjev through Kostaki in 1957, and which Kozovoy handed to D. Now, it is within the walls of a reliable European art storage. I have to confess, this is the end of part 2. But there is a very short part 3, which is actually devoted to technological aspects. And taking into consideration that Maria Kokori is here, I would want to take the advantage of this and give a very short brief of it. Checking step by step the validity of the provenance, I have come to the conclusion that the papers from Kharjev are authentic. I mean that they, in fact, were composed by him and signed by him. The question was whether he possibly could create the provenance himself to justify the ownership of this important painting. Документы подлинные. Провинанс подлинный с точки зрения, что эти все документы были созданы именно Хаджевым. Но насколько они правдивы, не создал ли он их специально, чтобы оправдать то, что он ими владеет, этой картиной владеет. The painting which he purportedly could get from Sophie Cuypers and appropriate and embezzle, I would say, присвоил, together with Lisitsky's archive. If so, he theoretically could use the authentic letter from Lisitsky to cook the artificial provenance for the authentic painting. Lisitskyего письмо подлинное, работа подлинная, а эти документы в промежутке он придумал, чтобы оправдать тот факт, что он владеет работой, которую он присвоил, получив ее от Софи. This hypothesis does not compromise the authenticity of the suprematism of the spirit, called crossed white square, and does not create for any part any possibility for potential claims. On the other hand, with all the controversies of his personality, there is absolutely no evidence that Nikolai Kharjev ever behaved in such a manner. Taking into account Kharjev's jealousy and the well-known complexity of his relationship with Kostaki, I can't imagine him to mention Kostaki's name in this potentially fictitious provenance for the crossed white square. Summing it up, I believe the whole provenance is true. Now the floor should be given to reliable methods of technological study. This painting has passed one technical study that should be considered as modern, relevant, and reliable. It was conducted in 2015 by Professor Jaap Boon from Amsterdam, a well-known and respectable professional who found nothing that would contradict the period and manner of Malevich's techniques.
Excuse me, I think...
This is the end.
Okay.
4 versions of provenance.
Of the last part, I hope.
No, this is the
last part, right? Okay.
This is just
okay.
coda. 4 versions of provenance. The painting and the provenance are fraudulent. Все поддельное. Point 2. The painting is authentic. The provenance is a fake. Provenance поддельный. Картина настоящая, provenance поддельный. The provenance is authentic, and painting is a fake. Provenance настоящий, а картина поддельная. And number 4, the painting and the provenance both are authentic. The authenticity of the painting has not been refuted. Ничто не опровергает подлинность картины. To eliminate any potential doubt, what we need is a second opinion. I expected to receive this second opinion a few days ago from a most reliable lab in London. Unfortunately, due to technical reasons, these results can be provided only in a few days, next week actually. I give you a solemn oath, I will inform you about the results of this expertise. But the final and uncontested opinion on the suprematism of the spirit can only be established upon the comparison of this oil with its brother or sister at the Stedelijk Museum. It is understood that hosting a questionable painting from the private collection, even for research purposes, is against museum policy and creates a precedent. In my opinion, this case is more than unusual, it is extraordinary. And I appeal to the director of the Stedelijk Museum, Mr. Rain Wolfs. The researcher of the Malevich collection, Mr. Frank Lemoine, executive director of the Kadjev Chaga Foundation, Sheng Xian, and of course you, Mr. Marcel de Zwan. Please consider this situation from the interest of art history and allow this comparison and research to be made in the most transparent manner. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Now I must call Mr. Konstantin Akinsha from Cambridge, the Russian Avant-Garde Research Project, and please go ahead.
So, in deference to high tragedy of Mr. Kamensky's presentation, the genre of my presentation could be defined as a tragic comedy. And I want to make two resolutions and to share them with public. I'm promising not to talk more than 15 minutes, and I'm promising not to translate my English into Russian. So, my presentation is a part of a much bigger project, which I could name the morphology of Russian folk provenance fairy tales. Because we are really facing new genre, which was formed in course of the last 20 years. All of you many times encountered it. You know these fairy tales. Of course, there are certain tropes which are repeating and repeating, and we can now structuralize this interesting form of folklore. Of course, such tropes are salvation, because somebody had to save something. Such tropes are including hidden, because something has to be hidden somewhere, either under the bed or in the secret storage of KGB. And there are two different traditional ways. It's either fully imaginable provenance, fully invented collectors who never existed. There are different possibilities. You can use symmetry approach. So it's any name of any person deceased in the last 10 years could be good enough to transform this person into an important art collector. Nobody heard about this person, but it's not important. Another tactic, which is absolutely opposite to this one, is the great names. We heard many stories about academician Arbeli who was saving Russian avant-garde and hiding it somewhere in the mountain, in some hideout in the mountains of Armenia. It's an architect Krinsky who collected Lisitsky by dozen, etc., etc., etc. And of course, the names of important collectors, Soviet collectors, are very appealing for such an operation. There are no doubt that the name of Kostaki is given like solid ground, solid feeling of authenticity to any work. The same we can say about Kharjev and another great collectors. So let's start with quite known case. I think that all of you remember it. It's 2006 sale of Kazan auction house, which included this drawing attributed to Chashnik and certified by notorious character called Alexander Arzamastsev as a work from Kostaki collection. Appearing this work at the Tajan sale provoked scandal. I think that Kostaki family protested this provenance. In the end, only provenance line was removed, but the auction house never came with any excuses, and the work was not removed from sale. Of course, this is a radical approach. To put something so bad with Kostaki provenance is a unique occurrence. You are not putting such objects for the auction sales. You are trying to sell them privately. And we have quite a fresh example. I am not even using pictures because you are familiar with them. It's a collection of Igor Toporovsky, who claimed that the father of his wife, Mr. Pevsner, was closely connected with Kostaki, was his private friend, and received from him many artworks. Of course, Toporovsky never specified which artworks exhibited in Hand Museum were coming from Kostaki collection. But it's just proven that the name of Kostaki is quite convenient for creation of impressive provenances. The name of Khargiev is not less convenient, and it's used until this day. Before coming to this example, I can tell you that now, in this very moment, in London, on sale is a quite impressive work of Malevich with Khargiev provenance, which unfortunately, I'm not in position to specify and to provide you with details. But be not surprised if one day it will reach you. Here are examples basically selected from one operation, one collection, and one gallery. In front of you is this work of Popova, which is in 2008, was offered for sale by Arlanda Gallery in Switzerland, which is allegedly coming from the Khargiev collection as it's indicated in the sale catalog. Full provenance has a little bit more developed overtones because according to the full version of provenance, this work was purchased from Khargiev by Konstantin Stramentov, who then sold it to Nikita Lobanov-Rostovsky. What is interesting, one work of Popova from Khargiev was not enough. So the same year, the next exhibition in the Arlanda Gallery is including another work of Popova, coming by the same way from Khargiev collection to Stramentov, and of course both works have no documentation at all. In difference of case of Mr. Kamensky, we did not have nice little notes by Khargiev describing or provenance of these paintings. Of course, this presentation is very short, and I have no time because often dealing with such works, you don't need to dig through the documentation. It's basically enough to have eyes. And because the topic of our collection is, of our conference is Khargiev and Kostaki, we will have Kostaki present through my report. Because on the right side of the screen, you can see famous Popova from Kostaki collection, which was shown today in the presentation of Lyuba Pcholkina, a photograph of Kostaki with this painting on the wall. In the middle, and you easily can see that it's just more or less a mirror image, it's a work attributed to Popova, allegedly coming from Kharkiv, which Lobanov-Rostovsky put on sale in the gallery. And on the left side is again Popova without clear provenance, put much earlier in 2004, included by Elena Basner in exhibition Dos Mujeres de Vanguardia in Barcelona in the gallery Barbie, which has like kind of scary similarity with the work which appeared in Arlanda gallery. So Kharkiv is used to, and we are facing a very serious problem here. How do we know? How we can prove? We don't have record of this private collection. You know, people were not recording, these collectors were not recording what did they have. Andrei Sarabyanov now is trying to reconstruct the content of Kharkiv collection, but it's very difficult. But every collector, Kostaki, Kharkiv, Schuster, Rubinstein, about whom I will talk later, have some things, they exchange them, they sold them, and we cannot even follow. I think that there are no developed archives, there are no records, so which is, of course, creating perfect situation for using these collections as a source of fake provenance. Many of you probably remember this situation of the 2004 Bonham sale of Malevich painting, or allegedly Malevich painting, which was certified by Charlotte Douglas and had Solomon Schuster provenance. Before the sale, Schuster family protested this information, stated that this work never belonged to Schuster and never was in his collection. Their statement was published in Russian press, but did not impress the auction house for a minute. So it was not withdrawn from the catalog, and the work was auctioned with Schuster provenance. I have to say that Schuster proved to be, to my opinion, the most appealing collector for these fakers, because we can find literally dozens of artworks which are provoking serious doubts, which are allegedly coming from the Schuster collection. And there are memoirs, there are records telling that Schuster was not too much interested in abstraction, in Malevich, in radical modernism. It was not corresponding to his taste. Anyway, these beautiful works from Schuster collection, again allegedly bought by Instrumentov and sold by Instrumentov to Lobanov-Rostovsky, were popping up in Arlanda gallery. It's quite large works, as you can see. And there is no one, there are two impressive Suetins which were offered for sale by Arlanda. But if Suetin was just coming from Schuster, the series, and I can say that it's a series because we have three large works, three large canvases of Rodchenko, coming by the same way, Schuster, Instrumentov, Lobanov, all three offered by Arlanda Gallery. But again, the whole provenance is impressive, because all three works somehow were owned by Vladimir Tatlin and allegedly bought by Schuster from Tatlin widow. The second step after this, only to offer Malevich works from Tatlin collection. It absolutely did not stop anybody, but this story finished not very nicely. And you can see the next work, which was nicely named by the owner Ing and Yang Cross, showing great interest of Rodchenko to Oriental esoteric teachings. This finished bad. I'm sorry, I don't have a large reproduction of this work. It was the third work of Rodchenko with the same provenance, and this one was sold by Orlando Gallery to famous collector Butliner, and together with Butliner collection was donated to the Albertina donated to the Albertina Museum in Vienna. In Vienna, this is basically a card from Albertina, property card. In Vienna, this work, as a substantial part of Butliner collection, attracted attention of local curators who developed strong feelings that something is wrong. It came through the serious technological examination, which proved that this work is not good, and it was removed from the exposition of the gallery and now is exiled to the storage. As you can see, of course, Schuster was not only qualified to collect all these Maleviches from Tatlin and Rodchenko's and radical avant-garde. All these three works are other examples which are probably more reasonable for Schuster collection. All of them came through the same provenance lines. All of them were offered by for sale by Orlando Gallery. And all of them are provoking a lot of questions. However, if Orlando adventures are dated by 2008, 2012, 2013, we have new lines which are opening every day. This is a very fresh material. This beautiful work of allegedly Kirill Zdanevich, offered for sale literally today, so you can become happy owners of it. It's touring the gray segment of German art market. But what is interesting is not the quality of this Zdanevich, not the signature of this Zdanevich, but this quite interesting step. Собрание Соломона Шустера with inventory number. I probably will not report to you anything new, telling you that Solomon Schuster never had any kind of collector's stamp or collector's mark, and plus to this, never assigned to works from his collection inventory numbers. But of course, the idea of the falsificators is very simple. Something with stamp looks convincing, proving that it's coming from the serious collection. Obviously, Schuster was not the only victim of mass assignment of questionable artworks. Here you have a short selection of artworks. Yeah, of course, we can imagine what could be offered. Pony, Udaltsova, Suyetin, and this stunning Vesnin, which was produced in 3 different versions and assigned to 3 different private collections and put on sale by different people. All of this is supplied with the provenance legend of allegedly coming from Rubinstein collection. Again, these provenances are not supported by any documentation except verbal tales. I have no time, unfortunately, to go through these paintings one by one. I give you only one, my favorite example of this beautiful work by Alexander Rodchenko, which is explaining how the methodology works. It's assigned to Rubinstein. It's coming through the same Orlando Gallery. Today, my short report is dedicated mainly to this gallery. And you have to look in these explanations, because of course you need a name of Khan Magomedov, you need a name of Rodchenko Stepanova, the future. This work is not reproduced in those books, of course. What they are saying is that this work is a part, last part of trilogy, two earlier parts of which are reproduced in the book of Khan Magomedov. So let's look at the trilogy complete. Here is the trilogy. We have famous, known to everybody, sketches of kiosks which Rodchenko made in 1919. And this very strange scene, which, if you have eyes, you can see that it's a quite naive pastiche, which is combining elements of those two works. We will not concentrate now on pastiche character, we will look on signature. And now we are coming to interesting situation, which is a linguistic culture of people who are putting on market questionable artworks. Everybody knows that the project of kiosk was sent with competition Motor Bizax, which was just code names for competition, so Rodchenko cannot sign by his own name. This third part of the trilogy is not named kiosk, it's named, as you can see, Agit complex. I did not find one mention of the term Agit complex in the early literature of 1919, 1920, and later, because it's absolutely 1970 or early 1980s definition. In these happy Brezhnev days, we had Agra complex, Agit complex, and other complex. So it's not a definition which could be used by Rodchenko in those beautiful days. Talking about magic of names, of course there are names of collectors which are used, but sometimes it's the names of museums. And I have to concentrate on this work, which was attributed to Gustav Klutzes, especially because we have today Klutzes presentation. This work again were exhibited in Orlando Gallery. Unfortunately, first time when it was exhibited. It had in the general information about work, true but very unpleasant line. That it was exhibited in 2001 in Momuk as a part of the exhibition, construction, Tatlin and Beyond, which was curated by Lutz Becker, which is showing one thing, that we have to be extremely careful, because one of the traditional tactics of fakers is to use a museum as a laundry. Lutz Becker did not check his loans very well. This work came in, and then the name of Momuk was just used as a label for sale of this work. Anyway, it was not very easy sale, and this work reappeared later, 2 years later, in the same Orlando Gallery, now assigned to another interesting provenance source, to collection of Dr. Poleshko. It's a collection which never existed. Dr. Poleshko existed, but collection never existed, and it's a different tactics. It's a clear imaginary collection. So, thank you very much. I think that we will continue to collect provenances with mentioning of grand names of grand collectors such as Kharjev, Kostakis, Schuster, and many others, and if something with such provenances will come into your hands, I will be very happy if you will share this information with me for my collection of Russian provenance fairy tales. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nisha. We will proceed with the long-awaited discussion, moderated by Ms. Maria Chanzanoglu and Sheng Sheng. I got it right, huh?
Okay, dear friends.
Hello.
I think that, am I heard? Yes? I think that we can say that the fourth Kharkiv conference came to an end. Wait a minute, I want to say goodbye. Sorry. So it came to an end. We wish to thank all the speakers for their interesting and in-depth presentations. There was a number of speeches that concerned Kharkiv's collection practice, and especially the accent he put on how he preserved the Malevich legacy. Also, comparative studies were heard about Kostakis and Kharkiv's relations and differences and the meeting points between the two archives, the Kostakis and the Kharkiv archives. We heard also interesting stories about different museums, from the MoMA Museum that have in their collections avant-garde art, the MoMA Museum in New York with Alfred Barr, and a remote museum in the desert of the Aral Sea through Savitsky. Also, we heard speeches that had to do with contemporary artists from the 60s and the 80s, Taluchkin archive, and today we heard the artists that continued somehow the Savitsky tradition in the Central Asia. Very interesting presentations were heard today of individual artists that constitute avant-garde collections like Klyun, Klutsis, Nikritin, and the legacy of Nadezhda Dobitsyna's activity in the promotion of the avant-garde back in the 1910s, and also what happened to her collection. And not to forget the very interesting, I think, presentation about the non-visual heritage of the Russian avant-garde and how we collect, store, and research it. And finally, a very interesting evening today, this unfortunate issue of the forgeries and the criminal activities that put shadow to the bright and highly creative, of course, period of the Russian avant-garde, and how names of and how the fame of and the legacy of collectors like Kostakis, Kharkiv are used for false provenance and for other criminal activities. So I try to recap what we heard the past 2 days. And Schenk.
Yes, thank you very much, Maria. Yeah, for me too, I'm very happy with the last 2 days. And this is in very large part thanks to the organizational prowess and the dedication of Maria and her staff. Because we started this process of this conference here in Thessaloniki with our wish not to only give our regards and our respects to the first generation of avant-garde scholars who for the first time worked with Kharjev's archive and with the Kostakis collection and who opened up this enormously important legacy to the world, but we also wanted to expand and promote a younger generation of scholars and scholars from different backgrounds, scholars who could bring new perspectives to this field. And well, I think that is at least one of the ambitions that we really succeeded in. So that is really something that makes me very happy, and also something that we really want to go further with. Of course, the legacy of the avant-garde should be passed over also to a new generation of scholars, and therefore through them hopefully also through a new public. And that makes me to my second point. We also hope in the future to make these events, we try to do them now every 2 years, at least partly also more open for a bit more broader audience, more generally interested audience. Such, of course, through all kinds of ways. Most of the people here we see hopefully more regularly. Now the pandemic slows down. If you have ideas on that front, if you want to participate in some ways, if you know other scholars that are doing interesting research, make them attentive to the fact that we have these conventions every 2 years, and that we, in principle, that they are also traveling conferences. So it is not completely sure yet, but we want to go back to Amsterdam in the next year. But then after 4 years, we want to go somewhere else in a meaningful place that we can connect with, who also have avant-garde collections, who have archives, in order to make this a real network. So it's not only, it's an avant-garde network. That's our goal. So I hope of your help, and again, my deep appreciation and thanks for all your great work and the enormous stimulating and inspiring talks that we heard the last 2 days. We then also have an announcement to make. We all very much hope that you would like to give your presentations to a publication that we intend to make of it, which will be published in Experiment as well, after the issue that Christina Lodder is making. You will have more than enough time for that, so if you are not completely happy yet with the state of your research, then you will be able to finish that, because it will be published only in 2 years, which means that a deadline, a first deadline, and I've just thought of that on my own, Maria, but if you are okay with that, that should be November the 1st of 2022. So you will have a year to finish whatever you have done, or to expand it if you like. We'll come back to you with that, but of course we all hope that you take that in mind if you want to publish your piece. That is it for me now at this moment. So maybe we should go on to questions.
Yes, I think that we should move to questions because we promised to give time for discussion today. So there is a microphone here. Is anybody?
I heard that there's a 4th volume of the Harjev publication, and is it going to be translated into English or not? The whole series of the publications on Harjev, which came out in Moscow.
You mean the publication by Inartibus and Nergali?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Well, we are working now on this fourth volume, or I should say we, the great scholars who are connected with this project. The Harjev Foundation is funding this partly as well. So this fourth volume, the first 3 volumes were funded completely by Inartibus. In the fourth volume, we are also financially involved. And yes, it is our ambition to at least make part of that into English. So that is all connected also with finances, and at least our possibilities are quite limited in that respect. But yes, we do want to at least make part of that collection also available in English. Thank you.
Are there any questions or remarks?
That is a very interesting proposal. It will certainly make sure that we will get scholars from very different angles. Maybe not so much for a broader general public, but why not? It is an interesting thought. So, but that will be in 4 years, not in 2, because in principle we go back to Amsterdam the next issue. So, thank you.
Yes, yeah.
I have a question to Mr. Kamensky. It was a very interesting presentation, but I think that he did not work remained in the museum in Ascona. So
Kostya.
Yeah. Yep. The work remained in Ascona. So what did happen afterwards? How?
Can you please take the mask off?
So what did happen afterwards? It remained in the museum. How it reached Verevkin? Do you have any documentation on the work from the moment it was in the museum to the moment of the when it was allegedly bought by Kostaki on behalf of Harjev?
Thank you. I'm happy that you are not satisfied with what I spoke about. You still have some appetite. Actually, I presented all verified documents that I managed to collect. And of course, I dreamt of working in Ascona, but due to a pandemic situation, I was not able. So my research stopped in 1919 and was planned to continue later, but I found in the United States the hairs of Verevkin, and I talked to his niece. She told me that she herself, when she was in Alexander Verevkin's apartment in Ascona, it was a 3-room apartment. One apartment was, one room was for himself. One room was for guests. And the 3rd room was all filled with paintings. He had plenty of paintings that were gifted to him by his aunt Marianne. I tried to trace the leftovers of his collection, of his private collection. What I managed to find, just little bits of information. First of all, that during the war, he stored his collection partly in Ascona, partly in Italy. That it was just a storage, not specialized art storage, so everything was packed. Secondly, I found a few auction records where the provenance of Alexander Verevkin is mentioned. And I know a person who lives in St. Petersburg who bought, I forgot the name of the artist, he bought a few works from Fetke. Fetke is an art critic, an art historian from Germany who wrote basic, fundamental books on Verevkin and her estate. Fetke was very friendly with Alexander Verevkin, was many times his guest, and was buying artworks from him. So this man, an art historian in St. Petersburg, bought a few paintings of an artist whose name I don't remember, and they are still in his hands. These are not direct, but indirect evidences of what was happening. But as for the evidence of what happened between the moment of purchase from Alexander Verevkin and the death of Mariana, there is no information. I tried to push the director of Ascona Museum, Mara Fallini, to give me a direct answer whether she has a list of the estate that Museum of Ascona received after Mariana's death in 1980. Answer that she is so busy that she cannot go to the notary and get the will that Mariana Verevkina left, and probably this will was the basis for the distribution of what was found in her house and what belonged to her and was stored in the museum and later was distributed between the heirs. Because Alexander Verevkin was not her direct heir, there was someone else, but he was her favorite relative, and evidently the bulk of what he owned he received from her directly and not after her death. That's all what I can say about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess you will...
Okay, yeah, I maybe have one more question, if that's...
just a comment.
Okay, sorry.
No, you will be keeping us posted, I guess, because there is a big suspense on that. So.
So yeah, I do maybe have a question that I would like to address. It's a general question, but I would like to address it to both Masha Chlienova and Natalia Murray. Maybe we could share some ideas on a topic that I started with just 10 minutes ago. The question of how to well, it's a double purpose, I would say. We saw a lot of very interesting reports on artists from the avant-garde period that, for some reason or another, did not really were wide known to a larger audience. I named Kluun, Nikritin is named, both exceptional artists, and I would like to add a third, Filonov. The three artists who have produced a very broad, rich oeuvre of artworks, but for some reason did not reach the platforms of the big museums. So would you maybe share with me some thoughts? Maybe you have had these kind of thoughts as well. You are linked to major institutions. That's why I'm asking you. What could we do to promote these lesser known, but certainly not lesser talented artists in order to get them on one of the big stages? To put it a bit well, simple maybe, but maybe a simple approach sometimes helps. So, do anyone have any idea or strategy?
Thank you. Okay, thank you again. Well, I had quite a lot of experience, as you probably know, trying to persuade very stubborn museums in Britain to exhibit less known Russian artists. And I've been in England for over 20 years now, and all this time I was trying to organize exhibition of Filonov, for example. Yes, but we don't know and we don't want to know. That's the answer I usually get. Yes, it was the same with my Punin.
Very recognizable.
Forever. Yes, we don't know Punin. Why do we want to publish a book about Punin? That's exactly why. Anyway, but the only way I could have room dedicated to Filonov, rather like Dobychina used to have rooms dedicated to Kandinsky and Chagall, was to have this big exhibition at the Royal Academy Revolution, because then it gave me a chance to have a room dedicated to Filonov and a room dedicated to Petrov-Vodkin. And of course, Petrov-Vodkin is another artist who falls out of most exhibitions, because you can't classify him as avant-garde or socialist realism, so he inconveniently doesn't fit.
Yeah, exactly.
And the same with Filonov. It's not abstract. He's not abstract. He's not realist. Who is he? So yes, so it's a difficult element. From my experience, the best way to approach it is to try to include them in the bigger exhibitions, but dedicate enough space for them, because a lot of visitors to our exhibition in 2017, they reported that both Filonov and Petrov-Vodkin were real discoveries for them at the exhibition.
Yeah.
So that was my solution, and hopefully they will be more open-minded, but I'm not very optimistic at the moment. Thank you.
So I think it's a bigger question than one might realize, and I've actually had individual conversations with a few people here in the last couple of days about just the canon of the Russian avant-garde in the United States. I can speak on, I know MoMA's situation best, but I've also looked at other collections. And the kind of Russian avant-garde that American academia and museums are interested in is a very politicized avant-garde. And this is art historians. Then there is a school of Slavists who are studying minor figures or smaller figures or a broader kind of ethnographic phenomenon, right? As part of the Slavic studies. And that's different from those people who have shaped museum collections, who teach art history in major universities. And there's a pretty clear divide, I would say. So it's a politicized in the sense that the avant-garde that was politically driven. And Alfred Barr, as I tried to, within 15 minutes, give a snapshot of, very partial snapshot, right? Alfred Barr, for example, of one of the images of the Stepanova that I showed, the figure, that was in the study collection, meaning never exhibited and just confined to storage and some study by some people who would know it's there, until the mid-2010s, when we made a whole kind of dossier to pull it out and say that's an important work. Why? Because it's simply not interesting. It's some kind of strange figurative work that Stepanova made kind of late in the game, so it doesn't fit into the canon. or the title of Malevich's Boy with a Knapsack was just not fitting. It was always red square and black square. So, to bring that back and say this is a historical title is already a big deal, right? So there is more of an interest. I can say that in the big institutions, there is more of an interest in less known figures, but figures who are still within the parameters of primarily abstraction, There's more interest in socialist realism. There was an exhibition in Chicago that Christina Kerr did. There is some interest, but that comes more from the Slavic side.
Okay.
And I don't honestly see how in the next few years, just where. There is some flexibility. So, the Stepanova figure is now in the main collection. It's on view. There is some flexibility. There's a little bit more interest. But Filonov just doesn't fit.
Okay.
Right, so I hope it helps.
Thank you. We shouldn't, I completely agree. My experiences are very much the same. I just hope that we do not give up in promoting these figures and, maybe sometimes something comes up. But I think, Nick, do you want to add something to this discussion, or you have another question, which is also okay? No.
About an initiative which just started recently about Mikhail Matyushin, who is an artist who is widely unknown in the West, let's say, and specialists know about him. But a foundation was created in Cologne and registered, a not-for-profit foundation, which has the aim of collecting all available information. We have a person in St. Petersburg, Natalia Nasonova, who for many years headed the little Matyushin museum there, who's doing research for us. So the aim is basically to collect all the visuals of all the art pieces, all the music he's produced, and of course he's famous through Victory Over the Sun from 1913, but there's a lot more to that. Just as an example, one artist, Olafur Eliasson, who's very famous and spent the last 10 years basically talking about organic culture and what's happening with the climate and so on. He had a lecture in Basel recently during Art Basel at the Fondation Bayle. And I asked him, have you heard of this guy in Russia who, a long time ago, he died in 1934, created basically organic culture, which means combining art, music, and nature. And of course, he hadn't heard about it. And so I sent him some. Is one to cooperate with a little museum in Kolomna, 100 kilometers from Moscow, where there's a museum of organic culture, for the simple reason that the world famous, the world's best knowledgeable person on the subject, Alla Pavelichina, lives there now since a few years. She's about 85 years old. But she did an exhibition about Matyushin in '91 in Germany, which was sponsored by Lufthansa. It was in Karlsruhe. And we have a library which my colleague who's sitting behind me keeps over 150 books and publications on Matyushin, largely digitized, which will be available to anybody interested. The second thing is our cooperation with the museum in Kolomna leads that we're going to translate the major work on Matyushin, which is published there in Russian. That's going to happen next year. And we're also going to subtitle or synchronize a film about Matyushin, which was made in Russia a couple of years ago. And it was aired on Canal Cultura, and we're getting their permission to do that for a non-commercial purpose. So these are just examples of our future activities, and anybody interested should let us know, and they'll get a beautiful brochure which includes, first of all, an article about Harjev and Matyushin. They had a lot to do with each other, and it's in English and Russian in this brochure. Harjev hated Matyushin's last wife, but I mean, it's a little detail on the side. And also we have an advisory board, of which 2 members are sitting in this room, one of which is Zheng, and the other Andrei Sarabianov. So please bear that in mind and let us know if you want the brochure, because we only had 3 copies here. Couldn't print them in time. We'll send you that by email. Just let either Katarina behind me or me let you know, and you'll get it today by email. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, I think one of the great advices in a more general manner would be that we would look for artists or people who have a track record somewhere else, who have a link with the themes or the period, and who can act as a kind of promoter for our case, so that it's not only coming from those, specialized art historians and Slavists with their crazy ideas, but that we try to find promoters from other sources. I think that's the example of Olafur Eliasson is a very good one as an idea. Thank you.
Luba.
I am not a speaker from this conference, but actually, yes, I'm just a husband, Lupus. But it's extremely interesting conference and a lot of impressions and ideas, because I'm involved very much in media archaeology, not related to arts, but more related to sound art, to the history of lost ideas of musical technology. But what's obvious for me, that this kind of artists like Nikritin or Matyushin, the only way somehow to make a really successful exhibition to extend the context. Because, like myself, I consider Kazimir Malevich as a founder of Russian sound art. Because if we read his letters to Matyushin in 1915, we will find some extremely interesting ideas, not for artists perhaps, but more for musicians, like about future music. So he was thinking in music as sound masses or bukvенные массы. So he was trying to collaborate with Matyushin, trying to involve this new idea of suprematism in music. It didn't work well, so then he was trying to collaborate with Alexei Kruchin, what he considers a music. He had a lot of fights with Nikolai Roslovitz because he didn't have musical education, Malevich. I mean that I think that the best solution somehow to extend, to try to understand such artists like Nikritin, for instance, involving more parallel arts and research related to music, to sound, perhaps even more than music, to maybe some more technological ideas which somehow were already in their thoughts, in their writings, which we should somehow to research better than we. So it's a completely unresearched area. And like my experience, so I was making quite a lot of exhibitions, not art exhibitions, but based on media archaeology of ideas related to sound art, sound musical technology. And I found out that it works really well for big audience. When we involved a lot of textual information, some ideas which could be captured quite fast, a lot of text in the visual exhibition. exhibition, which we didn't think that it will work. It worked well. So people were coming, they were exploring texts, they were listening to sounds, they were exploring Nikritin's paintings, because again, all that gave a very, very strong understanding, which is not easy to give in few words, actually. It's the only way to get this understanding, to make this cross-connection kind of network, like to build a discourse, which actually is not built yet. So we should build a new discourse. And it should involve a lot of components.
Thank you. Yep.
To the plastic arts from the music. So from the point of view of museum worker, I would like to say that there is a lot of less known artists of Russian Soviet art, you know, and there are much more mighty and much more influential artists, as for example Sternberg, David Sternberg, the right hand of Lunacharsky, you know, and very famous artist who was involved in French Cubism, and then he created his own style, and Alexander Tischler, outstanding artist, yes, you know, who is unknown, I suppose, in the West, where стучались в дверь. We are picking in all the doors to show the Alexander Tischler personal exhibition from our department, because we have the donation of Flora Sirkina, the widow of Alexander Tischler, including very nice and different, from different times, oils, graphics, and even sculptures, wooden sculptures, to show it widely in the West. But unfortunately, this project didn't begin. And Sternberg was, I know, several years ago, I think more than 10 years, probably 15 years ago, the personal exhibition, solo exhibition of Sternberg was discussing to be shown in Germany, but it seems to me this project only failed. So if we look through the artists, through the list of the artists, we find a lot of names which are, which are yet to be shown widely in the West. So what I want to say, thank you.
Tischler is known within the theater context, so if you propose it as a theater exhibition, but I just want to say that, I mean, I don't know, I haven't tried to propose exhibitions of Russian art to too many institutions in the States, but I think that if you frame it the right way, but I don't think that you find the general audience for individual figures like this Sternberg. People know, I mean, people know of Sternberg, they know of Nikritin, they know of Tischler. Mostly specialists. For the general audience, I think you need to frame it. And I think if you frame, I mean, I know MoMA showed Tischler as part, Bar showed Tischler as one of the first, I think 1930 there was an exhibit, 31, like very early, of Russian avant-garde theater art. There was an exhibition recently at MoMA of, what's his name now? Lincoln Kirstein, who was somebody who collected theater. He was the founder of the theater. He wanted a theater department, and it existed for a little bit, then it got folded. But the collection exists, and they showed the collection, which is international avant-garde. It's not only Russian, right? But Tischler, I think anything that is very high quality art historically will go well in the end. He fell between the chairs, I think wrongly, but it's, you know, one has to bend the
Yep.
Huh? Yes, exactly, find the framework, exactly.
Filon, of course, is a different matter, but Tischler, Sternberg, I do not recall any major exhibitions of these artists in Russia. There was a relatively small exhibition of Tischler at the Pushkin Museum maybe 4 years ago, but without promoting these names in Russia, there is no way to promote them outside of Russia.
True.
And as for the methods, Tischler is ripe for exhibiting everywhere because there is a lot of information, all archives can be reached, and plenty has been written about him. As for Sternberg, his archive is gone. Well, I mean, we know where it is, but it is locked. Yeah, and there is no, we cannot predict when and how it can be reached. There are major exhibitions in the West which really need the support of the owner of this archive, but he has no plans to return to Russia while the archive is kept in Russia. As soon as Sternberg archive is reachable, I'm sure any museum in the world would be interested to look into it because it's very interesting. It is connected not only to the history of Russian avant-garde, but to the history of the art development in the context of European avant-garde in general. And the first Russian show, exactly, this is what I should have started from. Also, as for formatting, both Sternberg and Tischler were Jewish, and promoting them as Jewish artists from Russia, not as only theater artists like Tischler was. That would be another method. I think this has to be developed in Russia first by Russian curators, and putting these names into the international context would be much easier as soon as they get proper understanding and support within the Russian audience.
We try to show Tischler's estate, the Tischler legacy, which we have in our disposal in our museum, widely shown around the country. Several, for example, Samara, I don't remember which one, around the country, yes. Voronezh, yes, we shown our estate, we are shown and very successfully. And now we have planned to show it in another towns of our country. So Tischler is not unknown figure.
So, thank you all very much. It's 4 o'clock, and I hope the lunch is still waiting for us.
Yes.
You have a free evening today. So enjoy your time in Thessaloniki. I think that most of you are leaving tomorrow. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep.